Hello, I'm Kathy Tobin. Some of you may know me as WGGB TV's news anchor. Channel 40, the television station located on Liberty Street in Springfield's Hungry Hill section. Those of you from the Hill may know me better as Jo Ben and Sam Martin's mom. That's right, I work and live right here on Hungry Hill. Like generations of people who settled here, I'm a come-over, though I only came over from the eastern part of the state almost 30 years ago. But like the others who did come straight from Ireland, I found a warm and welcoming home here. I was taken in by Mike and Terry O'Neill's family, as if 8 children of their own weren't enough. And my mother-in-law is one of the 8 McGovern children from Roy Street. So naturally, when our children were old enough, my husband and I enrolled them at Our Lady of Hope School. The church and school were always icons of the Hill, institutions central to the neighborhood and to the core of who the Irish were. Theirs is a remarkable story, a story of perseverance and survival, a story which tells how, with hopeful hearts and tenacious spirits, many Irish transcended the plight of their native land and sought the promise of a new life, right here in a small area of western Massachusetts. Though initially small in number, over time the Irish grew and prospered. They built a home and a way of life for themselves, a way of life which may never be seen again. Over the next few hours, we have tried to document the history and perhaps more importantly, capture the essence and spirit of how life was on Hungry Hill. I invite you to sit back with a cup of tea or a glass of Guinness and enjoy the journey. Oh, and I should also warn you that you might need to keep a box of tissues handy. You're sure to laugh and cry along with us as you revisit a special time, a special people, and a very special place, a place called Hungry Hill.
They were 3 old-timers, 3 old friends, 3 natives of Hungry Hill, and they were sitting around the kitchen table reminiscing with one another in a back-slapping, knee-slapping sort of way, a way which told me to pull up a chair, grab a coffee, and listen well. Though their bodies held the signs of age, of lives well lived, their minds and their memories were as fresh and polished as autumn apples. I knew I would garner pieces of my own history here, for one of these men was my father, and as I sat in the kitchen I grew up in, listening to him reminisce, it felt like years ago, back when I was a kid, back when these old Hungry Hill friends would gather for a beer or two, maybe a game of cards, and always a discussion of world affairs. I was caught in the quicksand of their nostalgia, sinking deeper and deeper into the tales they were telling, tales of kids they chummed with, girls they chased, teachers they feared. I wondered if the dreams and ambitions they harbored as youngsters growing up in a place called Hungry Hill were later realized as adults living in the same place. I think probably they were. Theirs was a world so removed from mine, so different in size and scope, it felt more like fiction and too good to be true. Back then, when Irish and other immigrants settled in town, they settled for good. They held one job, kept one spouse, worshipped one God. Neighbors were more like family, and families were always close by, sometimes in the house next door, sometimes in the tenement upstairs. Youngsters respected adults, and adults respected one another. Playgrounds were always safe grounds, and discipline and order ruled the school day. Back then, the neighborhood was smaller, more confined, and less diverse. But there was a strong sense of caring for one another. It was like a winter coat covering the community. I'd like to grab some of what made that world and those friendships so personal, so perfect, and put it in my pocket where I can protect it. I'd like to tell others how, after weathering all the challenges a long life brings, the Hungry Hill history and friendship between my dad and these men remained intact, as constant and comfortable as well-worn slippers. Something of back then has survived, has transcended time and lingers still. For I can feel its force whenever I think of these old friends. It's a guard against the failed connections and apathy of today, the estrangement so likely tomorrow. There's a lesson here. I want to learn it. I want to hold it in the face of this new day, a day of fickle natures and transient lives, of fleeting relationships and broken ties, of neighbors extinct and strangers next door. I want to go back to my Hungry Hill, if only for a moment, if only in a dream, to inhabit the very place and time which these three men had known and never let go of.
The original Our Lady of Hope School building existed for only 88 years, and of those years it spent just 41 serving as the educational institution for the parish. During its earliest years, from 1918 until 1923, it served as the parish hall, and then after the school closed in 1964, it was eventually converted to serve as a diocesan Christian center. This video has become more than just a presentation on the history of a parish school. It's the story of an uprooted people in their religion, how they came to this country, almost penniless and generally despised by the local population, and in just 3 generations, these people, our Irish ancestors, developed their own Catholic diocese, school system, new and distinctive neighborhoods, and became business and political leaders in the Springfield community. We hope you enjoy this journey through both the past and our look at what it was like to grow up on Hungry Hill during our school days. Our Lady of Hope Parish was founded on November 25, 1906. It was built to serve the needs of the hundreds of Irish Catholics who had been moving into the neighborhood since just before the turn of the 20th century. This new parish had originally been part of Sacred Heart Parish, but would now consist of an area from Genesee Street out to the Indian Orchard line, and from the Boston and Albany Railroad tracks north to the Chicopee line. The original Our Lady of Hope Church was to be built on a piece of property located on Armory Street between Carew and Grover Streets. It would be constructed of wood, covered in brown shingles, and have a bell tower at its peak. While the church was being constructed, its parishioners would worship at the Sacred Heart School Hall. November 19, 1907 was a glorious day for the recently formed parish. It was on that day the first Mass would be said in the brand new neighborhood church. It had taken less than 1 year to construct, and the wait had certainly been worth it. The new church was to be dedicated to our Blessed Mother under the title Our Lady of Hope. The 800 proud members of the parish now had a church that was warmly described as having a home-like atmosphere, with interior decorations that are subdued in tone and having a devotional appearance. An amazing man was appointed by Bishop Thomas Bevan to lead this new parish. He was Reverend Michael Griffin. Father Griffin had been born in Chicopee on October 15, 1863, and did his theological studies at the Grand Seminary in Montreal, where he was ordained on December 19, 1891. In 1896, Father Griffin was selected to serve as one of the curates at Springfield's Sacred Heart Church by then Bishop Thomas Bevan. When Father Griffin took over as pastor of Our Lady of Hope Parish, he was a young and energetic man of only 43 years. His hard work and devotion to the parish quickly paid off, because he had the church almost completely debt-free within 1 year. Father Griffin initially worked as the only priest in a rapidly expanding parish. It was felt at the time that his extraordinary efforts helped contribute to his early death. After a long illness, the beloved priest quietly passed away on Tuesday evening, February 1, 1910. Reverend Michael Griffin was the founder of Our Lady of Hope Parish, but the parish was fortunate enough to have a man that was so dynamic in his actions that he can rightly be called the second founder of Our Lady of Hope. Reverend James M. Cruz became pastor on Tuesday, February 8, 1910. A Springfield native, Father Cruz had been born in the North End on September 8, 1860. He was one of the last children born to St. Benedict's Parish before it was replaced by St. Michael's. Graduating from Springfield Central High School in 1890, Father Cruz then attended St. Teresa's College in Quebec and the University of Ottawa, finishing his religious training at Baltimore Seminary. In the grand celebration, he was ordained to the priesthood at St. Michael's Cathedral on December 18, 1886, by the same priest that had baptized him, Bishop Patrick T. O'Reilly. The parish that Father Cruz took over was in a neighborhood that was undergoing a long period of tremendous growth. The Catholic population in the Hungry Hill area was more than doubling every 8 years. From 800 in 1906 to 1700 in 1914, and then up to 3,200 by the time Father Cruz opened the parish school in 1923. Father Cruz helped to make Our Lady of Hope Parish become known as the Children's Parish because of the great attention that was given to children under 14. Average Sunday school attendance in 1914 was 300, and the students at the nearby Truant School were routinely marched down Armory Street from the Van Horn Park area to attend Sunday Masses. Father Cruz was fortunate to have the able assistance given to him, first by Father James Murphy, who joined him in 1912, and then by Father James Shannon. In 1923, by the time the school was opened, Father John Martin had been named assistant pastor, and Father Thomas Finn was curate. A rectory was needed for the expanding religious staff and to serve as an office for the parish. Father Cruz purchased private homes at both 16 and 18 Grover Street, and then, through a series of renovations over many years, added porches, changed windows, combined the two structures, updated the interiors, and enclosed porches to add additional interior space. These structures would eventually become the convent and home to the Sisters of St. Joseph's that taught at the magnificent school Father Cruz and others had worked so hard to provide the parish. Our Lady of Hope School was a singular vision of one man, the man who had helped make Our Lady of Hope Parish become known as a children's parish, the Reverend James M. Cruz. The first shovelful of dirt was turned over by Father Cruz on April 23, 1917. John William Donahue, the son of Florence Donahue, who was one of Springfield's earliest elected officials of Irish heritage, was chosen as the architect, while Malcolm Mahoney would serve as the general contractor. The new school opened to the public in early 1918, not as the school it was intended to be. The first floor of the school would serve as a much-needed parish hall for the next 5 years. It would be used for parish gatherings, Holy Name Society meetings, and Sunday school. The soon-to-be-formed Fife and Drum Corps, along with the basketball and baseball teams, would hold their meetings and practices there. During World War I, the Women's Council, in association with the Red Cross, did their relief work in the school, spending untold hours making various articles to be used for the American soldiers fighting and dying in France. The children of the parish produced plays in the hall that proved to be successful both socially and financially, yielding large monetary returns for the church treasury. But the building was not intended to be used as a parish hall, and by early 1923, the priests and parishioners of the parish were ready to complete its final transformation into what it was originally planned to be, and that was one of the finest educational institutions in the city of Springfield. The final use of the school as a parish hall was on Wednesday evening, May 9, 1923, when the parish said goodbye to its hall with the final performance of the play My New Curate. It would open 4 months later as the newest monument to parochial education in the Springfield Diocese. This is probably how most of us remember our day starting at Our Lady of Hope School. The boys would be tearing around the schoolyard, playing relivio, flipping baseball cards, shooting marbles, trying to catch the ball being bounced off the school's brick walls, even though the nuns would tell us we were going to knock down that brick wall. The girls might be playing hopscotch, jump rope, or dodgeball, while keeping a close eye on the convent, hoping to catch the nuns' departure so they could have a chance to carry sister's bag. When the school bell rang, as it did for decades, we would orderly line up at our assigned doors, usually 2 by 2 according to grades, and get ready to march into another day of parochial education. As the ghostly images of the 8th grade class of 2006 enter the original Our Lady of Hope School, representing the almost 2,000 graduates that passed through these doors in its 41-year history, let's listen to excerpts from the Springfield newspaper article that appeared on September 3, 1923, the day before the school's official unveiling.
Students attending the opening of the new Our Lady of Hope Parochial School on Armory Street tomorrow will be greeted by an atmosphere that radiates newness, from the sparkling varnished desks to the beautifully finished walls. Nothing has been left undone to make the school one of the finest in the city. Sanitary drinking fountains, modern ventilation, and even the latest up-to-the-minute oil-burning heating system have been installed. Each room has a seating capacity of 42, and it is expected that there will be an initial enrollment of more than 300 pupils. Grades 3, 4, 7, and 8 are situated on the south side of the building, and to eliminate the glare of the sun, so as not to disturb pupils, these rooms have been finished in olive green. On the north side of the building, where the sun is not so intense, the rooms have been decorated in old rose. Each room is spacious and airy and well lighted. A fire alarm system has been installed, with boxes in the basement and on the first and second floors. The drinking fountain is of the bubbler type and is constructed so that it is at all times sanitary. The principal's room will be on the second floor and is connected with the other rooms by an electric push-button arrangement. The Sisters of St. Joseph on Elliott Street will have charge of teaching.
started the school in 1923, and we had 2 first-grade classes, 2 second-grade classes. I don't remember how many were in the rest of the school. But, of course, over the years, by the time I graduated, there was only 1 class. And I couldn't tell you how many graduated with me, but I know in the first grade, when I started, I think there was 78. And we had 1 nun in the class and 1 nun in the hall with the other class.
The fondest memory I have of my grade school days at Our Lady of Hope is of Father Power, our pastor, coming over to visit each class at Christmas time. Father would proceed to enlighten us with his words of wisdom on how we should behave, and at the end of his oration would present us with a small box of Christmas candy and our Sunday envelopes for the coming year. Though feared by most of us, Father was a kind and caring priest. Blessed be his memory.
Making sacrifices during Lent was a tradition that inspired us to reach for loftier heights and to become better people. It was hard to imagine, though, how giving up candy for Lent accomplished this, except that self-discipline can be character building. For the determined few of us who actually managed to stick to our vows, Easter Sunday was truly a day to rejoice in more ways than one.
It seemed all the sisters at Our Lady of Hope were Irish. I always guessed that those Irish were just very adept at producing selfless women. Most of my classmates were Irish too. We had Sullivans, Canavan, Fahey, Murphy, Morrissey, and numerous Kennedys. Being Polish, I was also glad we had a Mickwitz.
Oh, how I remember First Fridays at Our Lady of Hope School. After attending Mass and receiving communion, we would all head over to Ma Bouchard's for breakfast. I can still feel the crush and sway and pull of too many kids crammed into too little space as the owners of the shop ran frantically back and forth trying to fill all the orders for hot chocolate and cinnamon donuts.
Seating arrangements at Our Lady of Hope School seemed as varied as the New England weather. One year, Sister came up with what seemed like a novel idea, seating us according to our grades. Talk about potentially embarrassing. Luckily for me, I was in the middle.
I swear this is true, although my children and grandchildren just don't seem to believe me. When I went to Our Lady of Hope School way back in the 40s, the winters were longer and colder, and the snow always got much deeper than it does today. The most difficult part of our day was walking back and forth to school, uphill both ways.
After running afoul of Sister Maurice Joseph in the 7th grade, I remember deciding I would never do anything wrong again. This began my path to sainthood, at least in the classroom. Wasn't there an expression the nuns used? School angel, street devil? After a struggle, I learned in her class what a predicate nominative was, and I am smug about that to this day.
I went to Our Lady of Hope during the Depression, when school supplies were in short supply. I remember one day when the nun handed out unused can labels for us to write our lesson on. Apparently the company had gone bankrupt. Old wallpaper books also found some use as scrap paper. We always accepted what was available without question. I guess that's why my generation finds it easy to get on board with recycling.
May was a very special month for the parish, and especially the students of the school, because it was the month of Mary, and we did attend Our Lady of Hope School. Prior to the day chosen for the celebration, we would all write messages to the Holy Mother on small pieces of paper. On the special day, we would carefully bring the statue of the Blessed Virgin out into the schoolyard and set it up on a pedestal. While the entire student body sang songs, those messages would be burned and sent heavenly upward.
I came to Our Lady of Hope School in 2nd grade with Sister Mary Rose Catherine as our teacher. On the first day, we were given a writing assignment, but I lacked a pencil because I was used to having them provided at Glenwood School. I just sat there because I was afraid to ask Sister for one. She collected the papers and about 10 minutes later asked in her bullhorn voice, "There is one blank paper, and Carol O'Malley, where is your paper?" I did have a pencil the next day.
I went to Our Lady of Hope in the fall of '49, so I never rode on the bus. I was there for 5 years and I enjoyed it very much. One thing that I missed a great deal when I was in another convent was the celebration of St. Patrick's Day. On St. Patrick's Day, this whole school was just filled with music, and especially with groups of girls who would go around and do the Irish dancing. In my next school, I just couldn't believe there was no such observance.
During the Depression, piano lessons were offered at the school. I think they probably cost 25 or 50 cents. The piano was kept outside the principal's office on the second floor, overlooking the stairs. Even though it was during the Depression, those were the golden days. And as I look back and recall those that I shared them with, I realized how blessed I was.
On the second floor of the school, I remember there was an office-sized room at each end. The room on the west end was Sister Superior's office, but the other had always been a mystery to me. When I was in 6th grade, during the 1930s, our class became too large for the standard classroom, and the mystery room was converted into a small classroom.
One of the wintertime pluses to being on the second floor in the 5th and 6th grade was watching for the big avalanches of snow that would cascade off the roof of the old church, and of course always being glad you weren't at the bottom of it.
The school's playground in the 40s was all dirt and cinders and no grassy areas. Before school or during our lunch break, we would all play tag or jump rope. But if you were unfortunate enough to fall and scrape your knee, you would really bleed. Although we didn't have any slides or swings, we were very adept at making up our own fun.
Whenever the siren went off at the Armory Street fire station, the sisters would always say, "Children, say a prayer for whoever the firemen are going to help." Who knew that I'd end up like so many of my fellow Our Lady of Hope classmates as one of those firemen?
My path to school started at our home, which was attached to my family's Van Horn Market on Upper Armory Street. My traveling companions included Richie Long, Jimmy Leahy, John Casaboom, Joey Ross, and the Tab Boys before they moved to Liberty Street. Early on, we just traveled down Armory Street, but as we got older, we became true pathfinders. Van Horn Park was our territory, and we knew there were predators in those pine forests. During the winter, we became Arctic explorers, and springtime brought us big game in the form of tadpoles in the lower pond. Once we passed the clay courts, we were back in civilization. Soon we would reach the barbershop, fish market, donut shop, and Van Horn Spa, where Bill, our friendly crossing guard, waved us on to our goal.
I only went to Our Lady of Hope School for catechism classes. Our parents would give us holy childhood envelopes with 2 pennies inside. There was always some temptation there, because in those days you could go to Vazina's or Goldberg's drugstore on the way home and get 5 jawbreakers or 3 of something else with a small fortune in that envelope. Your conscience would always get the better of you, and you left the sealed and wrinkled envelope on the corner of the desk for the nuns to collect after class. I wonder how many babies in China we helped to save.
One of our favorite schoolyard games was flipping baseball cards. These were frequently purchased across from the school at Leo's and came in a pack of 5, along with an incredibly hard piece of chewing gum. There were probably a variety of rules, but the only one I can remember is that you tried to match the heads or tails of your opponent. This could be done as a single flip or with multiple cards, and was always winner take all. When the cards became beat up, or we just became tired of them, we would attach them to our bicycle tires with a cloth pin and drive around making a rat-a-tat-tat motor sound.
I was in the class of 1957, and it was so large that we had to push our desks together. Our teacher was Sister Mary Bernard, and she was amazing. She fought for and actually received more recess time for the boys.
I loved to see the nuns looking for something in their pockets because they were so deep. They would have to lean way over to reach the bottom, and I would always watch closely to see if something interesting came up for their efforts. Unfortunately, more often than not, it was usually just something as boring as a man's hanky.
Certainly, everyone remembers Father Power reading your grades aloud to the entire class as he passed out report cards each marking period with his trusty dog Carrie by his side. He carried a black book, and if your conduct or effort were below 80, he wrote your name in his book and demanded that you bring your parents to see him in the parish rectory that night.
Our Lady of Hope School, 1958, 2nd grade. My name is David Brown. I was one of the 2 shortest students in class, and the benefit was that it made me one of the 2nd grade's messengers to the upper classes. Not having a recess, this was the next best thing to get us out of class for a while. Most messages went to the 7th or 8th grade, where I found the desk to be enormous. In those lofty rooms, I sensed that there were great thoughts transcending the very air. The size of my knock announced the presence of the 2nd grade messenger. The comic relief had just arrived. All I could see were knees and hear the whispered words, "How cute," and "How adorable." But the flattery didn't sway me in my mission. Besides, if I failed, I would never be sent again, and Bobby Roos would become the only messenger.
Our Lady of Hope schoolyard had an interesting tree. It was bent over at maybe a 60-degree angle, and it was always a challenge to see if you could get up enough courage and speed to run up the center of the trunk and make it to the first branch. I don't remember many students making it, probably because of the consequences if your foot slipped off to one side.
One year, it was decided that we would set up a classroom court to handle some of the minor infractions and arguments that took place for our particular class. The most vivid thing I remember about this peer courtroom was that I was selected as one of the judges. I got to learn firsthand how difficult a position this is, and also that I was absolutely terrible at it. I don't specifically remember being impeached, but I know that for the betterment of all, I didn't last long.
Everyone shared in the responsibility of spring cleaning at Our Lady of Hope. We would all bring in bags for the trash and had great fun on our day away from classes.
One day in 1946, I skipped out on the prayers we said at the end of the school day in order to be the first to arrive at Van Horn Park to go ice skating. When I arrived at school the next morning, my 7th grade teacher, who I think was Sister Mary Loretta, met me at the classroom door and very sternly said to me, "You have been expelled from school for skipping prayers. Go immediately to the principal's office." I sat outside that office for the next 2 hours, absolutely petrified, wondering how I was going to tell my parents, and also wondering if I could get into another school. Eventually, the principal came out of her office, smiled at me, and told me to go back to my classroom and do not skip prayers anymore. Needless to say, I never did skip my prayers after that experience, and eventually decided to become a priest.
I remember a classroom game called Around the World, where a student would stand at the desk of a classmate. Whoever answered the question correctly would move on to the next desk. The goal would be to go all the way around the classroom. I think we used to do this with state capitals.
My memories of Our Lady of Hope School are all pleasant. I recall the large playground with a fenced-in lilac bush. We would play tag while running around it. Of course, that was where we waited for the arrival of the Ark every day. The Ark was an ancient green vehicle that Pop Kennedy, the school's janitor, used to transport the nuns from the convent on Elliott Street to the school. I guess Pop was a good mechanic because he managed to keep the old bus going, no matter what the weather.
Being an altar boy could sometimes be a downright painful experience. I'm specifically referring to the fact that when serving Mass in the downstairs church, you had to kneel right on the marble riser. There was no carpeting like in the upstairs church. We just had to offer it up as penance.
I was never strong academically, so it's no wonder that my favorite class was art, which was usually held in a large room in the basement. Too bad for me, art was only once or twice a week.
Another thing I recall was that the students were glad, even the boys, to take your school bag and bring it over to the convent at the end of the day. One young man offered one day, and I said thank you and went about my business until after supper, when it was time to do some correcting. I searched everywhere and couldn't find the school bag. So I called his house and spoke with his mother, and it was found in their kitchen. She offered to send it down, but I said no, I'd have a night off from correcting if they left it there, and he brought it in the morning, which he did.
My parents attended Our Lady of Hope School in the 30s, while I followed them in the late 50s and early 60s. Recently, I came across an old report card of my mother's and found it quite interesting to compare to mine. Back then, they received monthly instead of quarterly reports. Considering my grades and how strict my parents could be, I'm glad I didn't have to face the monthly with some lame excuse as to why my grades didn't meet their expectations. In the 30s, religion was called Christian doctrine, penmanship was called writing, and social studies was 2 separate classes of geography and history. One of the reports we had to face, but they didn't, was the personal record, which included, among other things, is obedient, is courteous, and uses time to good advantage. Fortunately, I usually did pretty well in the personal record section because it's one of the categories paid special attention to by Father Power.
Oh, that little green book, the one that I think every one of Our Lady of Hope's classes had to deal with, the Baltimore Catechism. Even today, the thought of it seems to send a chill up and down my spine. Straight memorization was not my thing, and the word-for-word responses required to answer all those questions correctly seemed just about impossible. It started off deceptively simple with, who made us? God made us. But it was all downhill from there. Who is God? God is the supreme being, infinitely perfect, who made all things and keeps them in existence. Or, why did God make us? God made us to show forth His goodness and to share with us His everlasting happiness in heaven. Simple questions indeed, to what seemed like very complex answers.
Were you one of the fast boys or girls that tried to sneak a smoke in the alleyway between the school and the church?
Classroom discipline at Our Lady of Hope was so good at times you could hear a pin drop. If a student was caught chewing gum, they would have to place the gum on their nose and stand in the corner. For the perpetual gum abuser, they might get a punishment known as the flag, where they would stand in the corner, place the gum on the end of their finger, and raise their hand high above their head, and keep it there for what seemed like hours.
We had to use fountain or straight pens before cartridge and ballpoints came along. This meant we needed inkwells in our desks, which got many of the boys into trouble. Seems that some of the guys just couldn't resist the temptation of dipping the long hair of some of the girls into the ink.
Everyone shared in the responsibility of spring cleaning at Our Lady of Hope. We would all bring in bags for the trash and had great fun on our day away from classes.
Let me tell you, I have mixed feelings, but does anyone actually remember clapping erasers as being fun?
I was a total failure at selling Holy Childhood stamps and disappointed my parents wouldn't spring for more. Wasn't there a minimum we had to sell? Later, I would figure out that some parents helped with selling stamps at work. Mine did not.
While I was in the 8th grade in 1964, the Beatles hit it big in the United States. We thought it would be funny to insert Ringo Starr's name on one of the name cards that Sister Christina James used. We all waited in breathless anticipation for Sister to call on Ringo, but she never did. I think by this point in the year, Sister had gotten wise to our many tricks.
I never heard anyone ever mention that the old school was haunted. But do you remember the pictures in the school hallways? The ones with the eyes that followed you everywhere you went? I don't know about you, but as a young child, I can remember walking down a hall by myself and being thoroughly frightened.
My mother was very instrumental in starting uniform requirements at Our Lady of Hope School. Apparently, she just got tired of my sister and I asking her every morning, what should I wear?
In the winter of 1957, the girls formed an Elvis Presley fan club where we danced and listened to 45s and ate great brownies in the basement of Mary Ellen Lynch's Hastings Street home. I later won the dance contest at one of the school's record hops. The Liberty Street Friendlies was usually our destination of choice after the dances.
Remember the St. Bernadette sodality with Father Heberly and our debates? Resolved that the apparitions of the Blessed Mother to St. Bernadette were a figment of her imagination. We proved that they were, much to Father's chagrin.
CCD days meant we had to hide everything in our desk, just to be safe.
I can remember hopping the schoolyard fence and helping myself to the fantastic grapes hanging from the huge arbor in the backyard of the house on Grover Street.
One of the positive things about being in good graces with Sister Christina James while in her 8th grade class during the 1960s was the fact that the school's janitor, Bill O'Neill, or Flash as everyone called him, would come to her classroom to borrow boys to give him a hand. This was a great way to get out of class for a while. I remember one time a number of us were selected to go up on the school's roof with him. Can you imagine what would happen if that was done nowadays? We had to climb what seemed like an incredibly tall stepladder up to the hatch located in front of the nurse's office. From the top of the ladder, we climbed up onto the roof. I don't remember him having us do anything special while we were up there, but I do remember we had a great time throwing the dozens of tennis balls that had collected over the years down to the students that were in recess in the schoolyard.
St. Patrick's Day at Our Lady of Hope School was like a holiday. I remember Bev Babcock and Kathy O'Neill doing an Irish dance, Kathy Martin and Carol Hoare doing a skit. But most of all, I remember Robert Emmett Fitzgerald singing. I don't remember the name of the song, but when he sang, "A Little Bit of Heaven Fell From Out the Sky That Day," I had goosebumps. I remember the fun we had at the old Parish Hall and being dressed as an angel in one of the programs. When I got older, my best friend, Betsy Malcolm, and I would help sell fudge from the table to table at the card parties held at Post 430. The place was always packed.
I remember the school had reliefs over each of its doors. One marked boys and the other marked girls. But I don't remember them actually being used that way. Perhaps they were in the early days of the school.
I remember my mother's death in 4th grade and my father's death in 7th grade, along with a large number of students that were in the church to console us during their funerals.
Initially, the best part of getting into the 5th grade was moving up to the 2nd floor. It now meant that we were no longer babies and gave us that special feeling of literally being upperclassmen.
Do you remember getting dressed up in the habits of the various religious orders of sisters and priests? I had a close relationship with the Passionist Fathers in West Springfield and was able to get the cassock, beads, and the now familiar badge with the heart and cross.
My cousin and I were chosen to open the annual dance recital at the Old Church Hall, an honor of dubious distinction. We were to perform the renowned 7-hand reel, and when I immediately reeled the wrong way, going left instead of right, in front of 300 bewildered parents, both my teacher Helen Morin and my cousin Joanne Murphy deserved medals of honor for not trying to alter my physical appearance.
I was one of Our Lady of Hope's many bell ringers, and let me tell you, the job did have its perks. First and foremost was the fact that you could go over to the convent whenever you wanted and get the keys to the school. This was great on a cold winter day or when it was raining, because you could just let yourself and maybe a friend or two into the school early. Periodically throughout the day, we would go into the principal's office and push the individual buttons that would ring the bells in each classroom, telling everyone it was time to say a prayer. Prior to being a bell ringer, I remember listening to the bells sounding in the other classrooms and trying to guess when they would ring in my room. When I became the bell ringer, I would always ring the bells out of sequence, constantly varying the order so no one could figure out when the bell would ring in their room.
When I was at Our Lady of Hope School, the old rectory hadn't been converted into the convent yet, so the nuns arrived at school in what we all called the Blue Beetle, which was a small blue bus. There would be a mad rush to the bus by groups of students offering to carry Sister's bag into the school. It was always considered an honor to be chosen.
May Day was always special. We would take a pole, it was really just a stick, and decorate it with colorful streamers. All the girls would just dance around the pole. It was such a joyous occasion that sometimes even the boys would participate.
On holy days in the 40s, we all went to Mass with our class. We were not allowed to talk since the nuns were completely in control. They all had these little clickers which they would click to train us to stand or kneel at the appropriate times. If we talked, we would never have to stay after school because the nuns had to promptly leave the school and board the Green Beetle for the trip back to the convent on Elliott Street. We would either get extra homework or no recess, but usually our burden was a paper on how we must behave in church.
Everyone shared in the responsibility of spring cleaning at Our Lady of Hope. We would all bring in bags for the trash and had great fun on our day away from classes.
On Tuesday afternoons, we would have a half-hour music lesson. Sister would walk up and down the rows listening to each of us sing. She announced to me that I was a listener. It took a while for me to figure out what that meant. There was a song later on about a musical instrument, and the drums were low as you could go. I was a drum, not the clarinet.
I remember the pitch pipe the sisters would use during music class. I used to think it was a strange musical instrument.
When I was in the 7th and 8th grade during the early 1960s, St. Bernadette Sodality dances were held in the old church hall. I don't remember doing much dancing. It always seemed to me that the boys occupied one side of the hall while the girls occupied the other, and I was always too shy or maybe just plain scared to cross over.
We always had to thoroughly clean our textbooks at the end of the school year because books were so expensive and rarely replaced. This meant going through them, page by page, and erasing any pencil marks we found, and then erasing the page ends with the book closed. Next, we made new book covers out of cut-up paper bags for the next year's class.
I think every student at Our Lady of Hope was always looking for a way to get out of class for at least a little while, to break up what seemed like a long day. I always enjoyed getting picked to deliver milk to all the classrooms. When done right, we could usually stretch the job out to 20 minutes or more. If I remember correctly, we would get freshly delivered milk from the hallway outside Mrs. Butler's classroom and place it in the back of all the classrooms. When the sisters were ready, those students fortunate enough to get milk could take a short break. Do you remember when the sisters brought their lunch up from Elliott Street in picnic baskets? They would all gather together to take their breaks in the principal's office. which was a safe haven because none of the students ventured near there unless they absolutely had to.
On the first Friday of every month, the entire student body of Our Lady of Hope School walked over to the church for Mass. It was still a time when women were supposed to cover their heads in church. So if you were a young girl in the parish's school, you were required to keep a chapel cap in your desk. They were sort of like a lacy yarmulke. There were always a few girls who forgot, and after being admonished by the sister, would be required to wear a substitute, which was usually a Kleenex. So wearing this exciting fashion statement, they walked into church. I always wondered what God thought about the Kleenex haute couture.
The class I taught at Our Lady of Hope in 1954 comes readily to mind because I was able to attend a reunion that they had several years ago. It was delightful to see all these people grown up and see what their lives were like. In that same class, there were three sets of twins, Jack and Thomas Hoare, John and Jerry Sullivan, and Patricia and Robert Ingerson. And that was my last class at Our Lady of Hope.
As the Catholic population of the city of Springfield and its surrounding communities continued to rapidly expand in the middle part of the 19th century, the diocese soon realized there was a need to establish its own parochial school system. The first of these schools opened at the Holy Name of Jesus Parish in Chicopee under the directions of the Sisters of Notre Dame. Schools directed by the Sisters of St. Joseph would soon follow. But first, a little history of the Sisters of St. Joseph. The sisters were founded in 1650 at Le Puy, France, by the Reverend Jean-Pierre Madal of the Society of Jesus. The 6 original members had joined one of the first religious orders where the women would live and work outside the cloister. The order flourished until the French Revolution of 1793, when numerous sisters were sent to the guillotine and the rest were either forced to disperse to other religious orders and countries or imprisoned after their convents and chapels were confiscated. In 1807, Mother St. John Fontbonne, who had been spared from the guillotine at the last moment, began to reorganize the sisters. She gathered together several sisters of St. Joseph who had been released from prison and a number of sisters from other disbanded orders at her own home and began to train them according to the original rules of the order. The sisters began to prosper during the early part of the 1800s and soon reached the point where they were now able to establish themselves in other countries. In 1834, 6 sisters were sent to establish a convent outside of St. Louis, Missouri. Over the next 40 years, convents were started in Philadelphia, Buffalo, Brooklyn, New York, Burlington, Vermont, and Boston. In 1880, Bishop O'Reilly secured the assistance of the Sisters of St. Joseph from Flushing, New York, to staff a new school being built by St. Patrick's Parish in Chicopee Falls. The school would serve the mostly Irish immigrant children of the parish. In 1884, the sisters started teaching in Springfield at the newly formed St. Michael's Cathedral Grammar School and Cathedral High School. By the time Our Lady of Hope School was opened in 1923, the sisters had opened Holy Family's Grammar School in Springfield and St. Matthew's Grammar School in Indian Orchard. Both of these schools opened their doors in 1902, while 1910 saw the start of Holy Name School in Springfield. The small house that served as a convent soon became far too small for the ever-expanding order. So on October 18, 1899, Bishop Thomas Bevan and Mother Albina Murphy celebrated the dedication of the new and impressive Mother House at 62 Elliott Street. This structure would serve as the home of Our Lady of Hope Sisters from 1923 until 1949, when the old rectory on Grover Street was finally converted to serve as their convent. No longer would Pop Kennedy have to make the twice daily round trip in the Ark from the garage on Grover Street down to Elliott Street and back. This also meant no more hanging around the corner of Grover and Armory Streets on snowy days, hoping that the art failed to return with the sisters and the students would be enjoying one of their infrequent snow days.
One of our wonderful nuns was Sister Agnes Loretta. She wore dark-rimmed glasses that added a stern look to her no-nonsense manner. One day, as we were doing a Palmer Method writing exercise, Sister was cruising up and down the aisles, as the nuns frequently did. She was probably holding her rosary beads that hung from her waist, so they didn't warn us of her approach. She came up behind me, placing her hand near my inkwell, just as I was about to dip my pen. I speared her hand. I was prepared to be properly disciplined when the words, "I'm so sorry," quickly came out of my mouth. I'm sure I was saved by my quick response, because without a word, she moved on to the next desk. After that, I rescinded my harsh opinion of her.
During the time I was at Our Lady of Hope, I was impressed by the closeness of many of the parents to people in Ireland. I was writing to 2 cousins whom I had never met, and I gave the letter to one of the girls in the class to mail for me. The next day she came back with the letter. She had taken it home and shown it to her mother, who knew that the post office areas had been redistricted, so she had adjusted the mailing accordingly, and also sent along a picture of my 2 cousins whom she had known in Ireland.
I have memories of Sister Elizabeth Patrice, my 2nd grade teacher, who helped us make our First Communion a very holy and memorable day. She had such patience and was always smiling. We were blessed to have her.
One of the things I remember about Sister Marie Patrick, otherwise known as Dynamite, was the fact that she didn't like her students to daydream by looking out the windows, and that she was always cold and wrapped up in a black shawl. Because of this, she never seemed to open up the windows or the window shades.
In 8th grade, Sister Agnes Edward employed a good conduct chart, where on Fridays she would place a student's name on the chart if the student had talked less than 5 times a week. I did a lot of note passing, but was determined to get my name on that chart each week. How insufferable I must have been. How did the nuns ever maintain classroom discipline?
I had Sister Mary Ephron in the 5th grade, and one day she rewarded me for my classwork with a holy card. To my great disappointment, I lost it on the way home from school.
I remember us swapping shoes in Sister Julia Francis' 7th grade class. Apparently, Sister didn't really see the humor in it. She made us write the word shoes 500 times.
I remember being in 3rd grade at the old school on a particularly hot Friday afternoon. Mrs. Butler decided that pulling the shades and putting our heads on our desks wasn't going to cut it. She went across the street to Leo's and came back with popsicles for the whole class. That was 44 years ago, and I still remember how good they were.
I was picked to help Sister Superior Josette Vincent, who was always sharp as a tack, count money. She was one of the kindest persons I knew as a child. She would send me to the basement for supplies, which was kind of scary because it was rather dark down there. I may have been scared, but I never complained, because I didn't want to lose my job and excuse to get out of the classroom for a little while.
Our music teacher, Sister Agnes Virginia, used to relieve our regular teacher, Sister Agnes Veronica. I suppose she just needed a rest from teaching so many children. She was such a beautiful person, and we always respected her authority. When I think of how good we were, I have to give myself a little pat on the back. We were really quiet, paid attention, and most of all, we learned.
I remember thinking that Mrs. Butler had to be single, since teachers in the school didn't marry. I naively assumed that the man with whom Mrs. Butler lived was her brother.
One of the nuns at Our Lady of Hope was Sister St. Macaria. She taught music at the school, and I got to know her really well, not only because she was a nice woman, but because she was my great aunt.
I remember listening to Sister Martina Maria play Chopin's Polonaise on the school piano. She also gave piano lessons to the students and was renowned for her patience with the sometimes erratic efforts.
Fourth grade in the 1960s meant you had Sister Maria Patrick. Always the great storyteller, it could be very easy to get Sister off track from what she was teaching. Being fourth graders, we frequently pushed her a little too far and soon found out why Sister's nickname was Dynamite.
One of my favorite childhood memories was singing in Sister Agnes Elizabeth's children's choir at the 8 a.m. Sunday Mass, and the trip over to Ma Bouchard's after.
Only the foolhardy would try and put one over on the nuns at Our Lady of Hope School. Having to teach large classes, frequently with 50 or more students, required strict discipline, especially as the students got older. I remember one time some of us started making popping noises from our mouth using our index finger. Naturally, Sister caught us and made us stand in front of the room and continue to make the noises until our cheeks and gums were raw. Sister had made her point. We went pop-free for the rest of the year.
Many people talk about how large the classes were in the olden days, such as when I taught at Our Lady of Hope. I don't have a good numerical recollection, but I do know that the desk of the child in the first row abutted my desk. I had a little wooden statue of Our Lady that I had had since I was in high school, and one day I noticed that it wasn't on my desk. I didn't make a big fuss, but I wondered where it was, and after a while I found out that the boy who sat in the very first seat had taken her off my desk and put her on the ledge so that she was facing his way. Maybe he wanted a special boost for a test.
I entered first grade at Our Lady of Hope School in 1928. My clearest memories are of the wonderful sisters that taught us during our 8 years there. Sister Vincent Clare taught us our ABCs and cursive writing, while Sister Agnes Elizabeth gave us a love of music. Sister Aunt Cecilia gave us our first introduction to physics, and finally, Sister Helen Patricia, who taught 8th grade and sent us on our way, instilled us with a love for reading, which made high school and college so much easier.
During the summer, I can remember the nuns bringing out ice cream to share with the neighborhood children. It didn't matter if you were Catholic or not. Apparently, we were all equal in their eyes.
We were always amazed by Sister Veronica, who had the incredible ability to leave the classroom and come back in a little while and know exactly who had left their seats. How did she do that? At the end of the year, we discovered that she would stand at the stairway window and look at the reflection of the classroom from the old church next door.
Sister Maria Patrick could be a real sweetheart. Sometimes to give us a break from classwork, she would read us the neatest stories. I remember the one about the girl with the hole in her heart. We always loved any kind of break she would give us.
One of the bonuses to attending First Friday Mass at Our Lady of Hope School, though one not attended by the nuns, was a chance to finish homework. This was frequently a religion quiz given by Sister Christina James. This was done with a little help from our friends and less pews of our church.
Many of us waited outside the convent in the morning, hoping for the honor of carrying Stirr's bag. But there was also a dedicated group of us that would wait outside Mrs. Butler's home on Carew Street, hoping for the same privilege.
Did you ever have Sister Mary Bernadette wrap her cape around you in the schoolyard to help keep you warm. What a special and long-lasting feeling that was.
I recall one of Sister Mary Christopher's many talents. She had the greatest ability to stare anyone down.
Do you remember when the sisters brought their lunch up from Elliott Street in picnic baskets? They would all gather together to take their breaks in the principal's office, which was a safe haven because none of the students ventured near there unless they absolutely had to.
Sister Helen John, who later became known as Sister Helen John O'Connor, came to Our Lady of Hope probably in 1952 or 1953, and she served there, I believe, until about 1990. She served about 38 years at Our Lady of Hope. So if you were to average out the numbers, averaging 40, maybe 50 kids at times in a class, she served well over 1,200 kids during her course of time at Our Lady of Hope. And now that I teach myself and I'm there with the kids every day, it's with a tremendous amount of respect that I look back on what she was able to accomplish. It was a time when there were no copy machines, there were no computers, there were no teachers' aides, and she taught us all how to read and how to write and how to pray, and she maintained a level of discipline that it's just phenomenal when you think about it. If you were to ask me what are some of the things about her that even now I remember, one of the things that was really remarkable was that I would run into her years later, 30, 40 years after having had her in school. And even then, she would still remember the kids who were in my class. She'd say, Mary, she always called me Mary, how's Noreen Begley, or how's Mary O'Rourke, or do you ever see Kathleen Carney, or how's James Rabbit, or your brother Kevin, and it was just astounding to me that after all those years she could remember all of those kids and their names so well. And also I'd have to say that what was another remarkable attribute of hers was her loyalty and her love for Our Lady of Hope in Hungry Hill. She was a Holyoke native, and I think that when she came to Our Lady of Hope, that she must have found a home there that maybe perhaps she hadn't planned on finding, but over the course of her years there, I'm sure she had an opportunity on many occasions to leave if she wanted to. But she never did. She remained true and loyal and loving to Our Lady of Hope and Hungry Hill.
I entered Our Lady of Hope School in second grade, and our class immediately began preparation for receiving First Communion. In May, 2 weeks before the big day, we marched side by side over to the church to practice receiving the host using milk bottle caps that we brought from home. On that Saturday, each of us had a white suit or dress to mark the special event. We went to the old church hall for a breakfast of milk, donuts, and fruit. We were then given our green scapular, which was meant to protect us. It was a great day, especially walking home, because if you met a relative or a friend, you would receive the then enormous sum of 25 cents.
Being the youngest of 3 sisters growing up in the 40s meant all my clothes were hand-me-downs. My mother usually tried to give each new dress something to spruce it up, but I always knew it was not really my dress. The earliest exception to this was my store-bought First Communion dress. I remember how proud I was to wear that absolutely beautiful white dress, and how I couldn't hear enough how adorable she looks coming from all the relatives.
I had a somewhat non-traditional First Communion. I didn't start Our Lady of Hope School until the 2nd grade, so I wasn't familiar with all the proper procedures leading up to this second religious milestone. When I was in the 1st grade, my parents took me to the children's mass, and I sat up front with all the other children. At the proper time, everyone in my row stood up to receive communion. I didn't know any better, so I just followed them, and did what they did, received communion. When I got back to my seat, one of the sisters, probably Sister Helen John, came over to me and gently informed me that in the future I should wait until I had formally made my First Communion.
Springtime at Our Lady of Hope Grammar School. I can remember it well, and I bet a lot of other of you guys can remember it too. I'm sure that what I'm going to be talking about right now went through a lot of years. It was May, the month of May. It was the month of our Blessed Virgin Mary. We had the nuns, of course, the Sisters of St. Joseph teaching us our lessons, and May became a very special month because it was a special time to pay tribute to the Blessed Mother. And the girls would all make a shrine. I don't know why the guys never had to get involved with that. I guess we'd just sit it out or whatever. In the shrine would have little flowers we'd make out of. We might have made some of the flowers too, come to think of it. We made them out of, white tissue paper and blue tissue paper, Kleenex really, and put it together with a little bobby pin. I bet I could make one right now, to tell you the truth. And they'd be all around the shrine decorating it, and we'd say prayers to the Blessed Mother. We'd also sing some songs. Then one special day, probably the most beautiful day of the year, it must have been May 1st, maybe it was some other time, I don't know. But we'd go out in the schoolyard after we had all written letters to the Blessed Mother. It was kind of like a secret thing. You were going to write a letter or a poem, and you didn't have to show it to the good sister. You would just, kind of fold it up, and they would put it in a wastebasket. Not because they were throwing it away. That was just the container we had to take it in when we went out to the schoolyard. We'd go out to the schoolyard and we'd all line up, and they'd take that wastebasket full of all those little letters from the Blessed Virgin, and we'd burn them. They'd take it over to the incinerator. It was on the side of the chimney on the old hall. And dump the letters in there, and there the smoke would be going up into the sky, and we'd all be sitting out there all lined up and watching the smoke go into the sky. I don't know what the people driving by in their cars were thinking about what was going on at the time, but we were into it. And we'd be singing songs out there. I can remember one of my favorite songs started kind of something like this. It was, "On this day, oh beautiful mother, on this day we give you our love." But it was very magical, especially the younger you were and so forth. And I've heard that people did this back in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. Well, we were in the 50s too. But that's the way it was back there in grammar school, and it was a lot of fun. Well, I don't know if fun's the right word, but it certainly was intense, and I'll never forget it.
When it was time for me to choose a confirmation name, I wanted something unusual. I thought the whole idea was kind of neat, because how often in your life would you get to choose a name for yourself? I picked Gabriella, which is the female form for Gabriel. Saint Gabriel was the first to tell Mary that she was to have the Christ child. One of the boys in my class chose Mary. The nuns didn't like it very much, but they did finally allow it. Since he was one of the largest and toughest kids in our class, The boys didn't bother him very much about his rather unusual decision.
Most of us have a vivid recollection of receiving the sacrament of confirmation. All the boys on the hill were reminded by the older boys that Bishop Weldon's oversized ring and his legendary wrist action during this ceremony deserved special attention. The older kids warned us that the bishop would try to knock the smaller boys, like myself, off their knees and onto the floor. Of course, this wasn't really true, because the bishop was really a kind and caring man, but his size and that ring demanded respect. Anyways, as the time approached, we made bets about whether or not I would be knocked over. I carefully braced myself to make sure I was not, and collected my monetary rewards after.
Van Horn Park wasn't the only place to play baseball on the hill. Growing up on Parkside Street, we found it convenient to hop the fence between the Rogers and Kahn's house and play ball behind the tennis courts of the old Shriners Hospital. The only problem was hitting a foul ball down the left field line and through the windows of the Foley's and the Perkins houses. A lot of the growth of Hungry Hill occurred in the first part of the 1900s. In the early 1900s, there was only about 800 Catholics on the hill, and by the 30s, they had 7,700 Catholics living in worshiping at Lady of Hope Parish. As the hill was growing at that rate, you can imagine most people didn't have cars, and there needed to be some activity that brought people together. The activity that actually filled a lot of the gaps for people were sports teams. Baseball was the sport of choice, and as neighborhoods were developing, houses were being built, and people were moving to the hill. There was many different sports teams that came out of the neighborhoods that people lived in. For instance, the Bluebirds were from the Carew and Newberry area. The Aces were from Phoenix Terrace and Hastings Street. The Blackstones from the Liberty Clantoy Street area. The Acorns and the Golden Lakes from Governor Miller and Armory Street. The Pennacook Braves from the Pennacook and Carew Street area. And the Moreland Eagles were obviously from the Moreland Street area. Can you imagine Van Horn Park filling with people on watching these neighborhood teams playing each other? This was a lot of the social life of the hill, going and watching these teams, and the pride that developed with these neighborhood teams later became translated into the more organized and larger sports organizations that developed on the hill, and which still had the passion and the loyalty from the people who participated on those teams. Places in those teams would of course be from Van Horn, from Our Lady of Hope, and from Post 430.
In 1951, my friends and I played on our first organized baseball team, Our Lady of Hope. We were so proud because our shirts and hats had OLH in the front. The team was coached by Lefty Keogh and Sauce Maloney, and their great coaching abilities, along with our determination, helped us win the citywide 8 to 10-year-old championship that year.
I would like to share a memory about growing up on Waite Street in the early 1940s. It's about our girls' softball team, called the Our Lady of Hope Lassies. We were coached by Father John Sexton, Fred Hamry, and occasionally by Lefty Keogh. We played the girls from Emilyville, Gordonville, and Calhoun Park, and any other 9 players we could find. We didn't have uniforms, gloves, or much equipment beyond bats and balls, but we did have lots of spirit and hours of fun. I played shortstop and must have stopped some balls because I have 2 crooked fingers as a memento. We all stopped playing when we got old enough to get summer jobs. But I, for one, still think about those girls and the fun we always had at Van Horn Park and the friendships made growing up on Hungry Hill.
Sports was an important part of the Hungry Hill experience, and baseball was the most important game in that day and age. We needed a place to play, and Van Horn Park was the destination. But there were so many games and so many teams and so many kids who wanted to play, there wasn't enough space at Van Horn Park to do that. So there were other formal parks in the area. There was the park behind Armory Street School on Stafford Street. There was Freeman Park, which came into existence later on. There was Marshall Roy down Carew Street past Van Sickle. But even the other formal parks didn't give us enough places, so we had to find places. There was a park, a little place to play ball behind Shriners Hospital near Moreland Street. There was the desert area, what we called the desert, on the lower end of Liberty Street towards the plaza, which was where the Pine Manor Nursing Home ended up being built. But no matter how many formal places and informal places that sprouted up, there still was a contention for a place to play. Kids wanted to play ball, and they didn't always have enough places. My grandfather, Pete Hogan, happened to have a good amount of land and decided that he didn't like this issue. Maybe he could do something to solve it. He had a couple grandchildren who were playing ball on a regular basis, and he decided to level some of his land on just below the Plaza Hill, below Stop and Shop, where we would go sliding in the winter, where the sleds would land, that level part of ground there beneath the Plaza Hill. That was his land, and he made it into a diamond. This was really a situation where an independent person with some resources and some land decided to solve a problem in the area and provide a place for kids to play. The place wasn't just for us; it was for friends, neighbors. It became another diamond that we could use. Lady Hope ran some practices there as well. So here we were living on Hungry Hill, which gave such a sense of place to so many people, such a feeling of home. And now on top of it, we had now a diamond that was available to us in the neighborhood and gave us a sense of place, that we'd have a place to play ball.
When I was very young, during the 50s, I spent a couple of years playing baseball for Our Lady of Hope. I wasn't very good, so it was never very surprising that whenever I made it onto the field, it was to play right field. One day, towards the end of the season, we found ourselves in the bottom of the last inning, down by 2 runs with 3 men on base. For some unknown reason, I was still in the game, and it was my turn to bat. Now, with a batting average that was probably in the 150s, I figured I had the right to be scared to death, which of course I was. After 3 or 4 pitches, I managed to connect with the ball. I had been swinging as hard as I could, and this ball found its way into right field instead of left, and way over the head of the lowly right fielder. When the kid finally caught up with the ball, I was already halfway to second base. Instead of throwing to home, he attempted to get me out. Wrong choice. I was safe, and 3 runs scored. We had won the game. I never really improved as a ball player, but sometimes it seems I can still feel the pats on the back that I received that day.
Well, our best year at Lady of Hope baseball, it was one of my Mighty Mite years. We were 10-0 during the regular season. We went to the playoffs, and it was a collision of Lady of Hope and Van Horn. I guess this was the Van Horn B team. We went to I was a pitcher, and I was a pretty good hitter at that stage of my life. And we went to a 1-1 tie at the Emily Bill playground down above the YMCA on Franklin Street. We went into extra innings, and we loaded the bases in the first extra inning, which I think was the 7th, and I actually tripled, and we ended up winning the game 6-1. It was a big win for Lady of Hope. We beat Van Horn. I guess it was the B team, but my father was thrilled. He was the coach of the team, and Fred Mandrella who was sort of the coordinator of the whole Lady of Hope baseball organization. He was really thrilled. In fact, I remember after the game him giving me a nice shiny $50 for my efforts in that game. We went on to the semifinals for the city, and we ended up losing the next weekend to St. Mary's, and with a team that was led by Mark Bosquet, who was a popular and famous athlete at that time. And St. Mary's then went on to the championship game of Mighty Mites that year, and I believe they ended up playing the Van Horn A team, and I don't want to go on and say who won that one.
Now here's a Hungry Hill sports story that nobody will ever forget. Until I got older, married, had kids, and began coaching my kids in youth sports, I did not understand the politics and culture of such activities. But now I kind of understand my first youth sports phenomena. In baseball, at the Mighty Mite level, the Hill had 2 teams and 2 organizations. You either played for the Van Horn or the Lady of Hope baseball team. When we were at this level, age 7 and 8 about, both teams had great years and won all their playoff games against teams throughout the city. Believe it or not, the city championship game was Van Horn versus Lady of Hope. I remember it was a morning game at Diamond 2 at Van Horn Park. Everyone involved will have their own version of the story, but this is pretty close, I believe. I was on the Lady of Hope team, and we were leading by 4 or 5 runs in the last inning. It was clear we were going to win the game and get a trip to Fenway Park. However, the Van Horn coach, Mr. Red Bowler, pulled a move in the last inning that is still legendary. There was a Japanese umpire who spoke very little English, and Mr. Bowler pulled a trick out of his hat. He decided to send in the younger brothers of the Van Horn team to face our pitcher, my cousin Mike Donahue. These kids were 4 to 5 years old and were actually changing into the uniforms of their older brothers behind the bench. Of course, they all squatted at the plate, and after, who knows, 10 or 12 straight walks, we lost the game. The coaches were going crazy, the fans screaming, but we lost our trip to Fenway Park. Obviously, one of the coaches was real upset, my dad, and he punched Mr. Bowler in the mouth as we walked to the car in the woods behind third base. Way to go, Dad, I guess. After lunch, all the kids from both teams went back to Van Horn, chose up sides, and played baseball all afternoon. Ironically, many of the guys mentioned earlier played for both teams, and for 20-plus years we all played together for the City Line and Hilton softball teams in the Skip McCarthy League.
I joined Troop 51 as a Cub Scout in the 1950s. We always had a great time at our weekly den meetings, where I got to meet new friends from the area who didn't necessarily go to Our Lady of Hope School. The den mothers generally put on an interesting little program, helped us earn new merit badges, and prepared us to move up to the next scouting level, going from bobcat and wolves up to bears and weeblos. They always made us some pretty good snacks, too.
If I remember right, Our Lady of Hope's Scout Troop 51 had monthly pack meetings that were held in the old church hall next to the school. Before the meeting started, we used to have a great time running around what seemed like an immense area and going up on stage and performing some goofy antics. Once the meeting started, we gathered together with our den under the watchful eyes of Mrs. Hamry and Scoutmaster Sheehan. Different dens had been previously selected to put on skits for that night's entertainment and at various times throughout the year. Merit badges would be presented for such things as camping, archery, fire safety, and life savings. Of course, be prepared was always our motto, and even today at 62, I try to remember and live by it.
I remember how Fred Hamry always seemed to be involved with most of what went on in the Hill area, especially Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts. One year, even though I was a young lady, the Scouts allowed my best friend and me to join them, walking down Liberty Street to the WHYN TV studios to attend a session of the Admiral and Swabby Show. Many times it did feel like we were all just one big happy family.
I moved on to the Hill in the mid-1950s and immediately joined Troop 51 as a Tenderfoot Boy Scout. I had earned all my Cub Scout badges while living in Holyoke and was enthusiastic about moving up to eventually receiving the coveted Eagle Scout level. It was a really great organization, and I remember that all the Scout leaders were competent, very involved, and encouraging. The best times we had were at the summer camps held at the Horace Moses Reservation in Warrenoco. The week was spent swimming, hiking, boating, and shooting with rifles and bows. We had campfires every night, sang silly songs, and made a lot of new friends, some of whom I still keep in touch with today.
When I tried out for the kids' mass choir, the nun, I forget who, told me I could stay in the choir to be with my friends, if I didn't sing. I always thought that was nice of her.
We began going to boy-girl dances in the 7th grade, and heaven forbid, if you really had the nerve to ask a girl to dance a slow number, that you danced too close. The nuns would come over and tell you to make room for the Holy Spirit.
I remember the Halloween ragtag parades that started and ended at the Legion Post on Liberty Street. My family owned Liberty Ice and Fuel Company, and they used to supply the old number 10 rack truck to carry the spotlights for the parade.
Well, back there in grammar school, we had a lot of fond memories, and of course, we were being raised by the Sisters of St. Joseph and so forth. But I can remember, besides the memories we had of getting in trouble and fooling around, there was a lot of real spiritual stuff going on too. And back in 6th grade, there we had a club called the Dominic Savio Club, and it became a pretty big, important part of our lives. That was a formative year, and we had a wonderful teacher that year. Her name was Sister Mary Simon, and she got everybody really kind of psyched to belong to the St. Dominic Savio Club. At one point in time, this St. Dominic Savio Club, we actually had a convention down in Springfield Symphony Hall. They had schools from all over the area coming down, and the Targets came marching in, and people had their banners. I think the Foley twins and maybe Joan Sullivan and Alice Hagerty had made a banner for our class, and I'm sure Ann Gahuli was involved in it too, and it was quite something. People were singing St. Dominic Savio songs and so forth. But as the year progressed, we'd be doing our St. Dominic Savio meetings and taking things pretty seriously. And Sister Mary Simon would be, talking about this and that. And she actually decided we were going to have a picnic, our own picnic. And nobody had picnics. Nobody ever went out and did anything outside of the school. So it was pretty kind of exciting. So we were having a meeting deciding what are we going to do with this picnic and so forth, We'd be going around with the St. Dominic Savio Club doing little mottos and things saying like death but not sin, because that's what St. Dom would do, And sometimes that went over pretty good. Sometimes it didn't go over too big once you really wanted to mess around a little bit or something. Or somebody showed up with some dirty books. They didn't like you showing up and saying death but not sin. But at any rate, we were still planning for this picnic, and there was different activities. Well, let's do this and let's do that. And somewhere along the line, I had the bright idea that we should have a yo-yo contest. And, well, that didn't fit in with everything else, and somehow it broke the whole class up. They started screaming. They just couldn't stop laughing, Well, yo-yo contest, that's a great idea. There wasn't anything that unusual about it, but it's just, I got the whole class going, and Sister Mary Simon grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, took me out in the hallway. Timothy, you got to go in and quiet these kids down, and I just kind of shrugged my shoulders. I didn't have any way of quieting the kids down. She thought I was some kind of a leader or something. I could only get people going. I couldn't turn it back the other way, but that's the way that things were back then, and that's one of the memories I have of grammar school.
It seemed as though everyone took Irish dancing lessons when I was at Our Lady of Hope School during the 1950s and 60s. At least all of the girls and a few of the boys as well. You either took lessons from Noreen Kennedy, Helen Sears Moran, or the McDermott School of Irish Dance. I took from Helen Sears Moran, and our lessons were held at the old American Legion Post 430 that used to stand on Liberty Street. I was a late bloomer as far as Irish dancing was concerned, having begun lessons in the 5th grade. I caught up quickly with the help of my best friend, Peggy Mitchell, and lots of at-home practice. We started out our dancing careers with a simple reel, which we always danced to the strains of The Irish Washerwoman. Then moved on to the 2-hand reel, the jig, the hornpipe, buck and wing, 4-hand reel, the sailor's hornpipe, and the blackbird, which was reserved for the most experienced. It has been many years since I danced at the John Boyle O'Reilly Club, the Legion, or in Cathedral High School's minstrels and musicals. But I can't hear a jig or a reel to this day without my toes tapping. And I can't watch young dancers without yearning to be right up there high-stepping along with them.
Graduation day, probably the biggest day in our lives up to that point. Oh, sure, we had had our first communion many years ago, and only recently we had entered into the Army of Christ with our confirmation, and of course we had all those birthdays where we had been the center of attention. But graduation, now this was something totally different. Graduation gave us a sense of accomplishment. After all, it had taken us 8 long years to get here, and nobody just allowed us to graduate. We had to pass all those hundreds of exams along the sometimes torturous path. We were even given a diploma to acknowledge this greatest of accomplishments in our young lives. Yes, sir, as the sisters now told us, we were definitely no longer babies. But maybe, if you look closely, behind all the smiles and into the eyes of many of us, you can see something a little unexpected. Perhaps that something is a little bit of fear. Fear of the unknown, because graduation day, although it meant the end of the road in some ways, also meant the start of something totally new, high school. No longer would we be dealing with the neighborhood we had grown so accustomed to and comfortable in. We would no longer be the oldest, wisest, biggest, or toughest. Most of us had set sights on going to Cathedral and had sweated out the results of our entrance exams, praying that we were going to make the cut. But a number of us chose to leave parochial school at this point in our young lives and elected to start on the road to higher education at Springfield's public schools, tech, classical, commerce, or trade schools. But on that glorious day in June, all we were probably thinking about was how we had finally made it. Today was our day, and nothing was going to get in the way of our celebrating. We now had the long summer days ahead of us, and life was certainly looking pretty good. The last graduation from the old school was on June 17th in 1964. It was a picture-perfect, warm and sunny day, just the kind of day to say goodbye to what we would eventually consider an old friend.
Graduation day for me was a thank God it's here kind of day. I guess you could say I was a bit of a problem student when I was that young, and I frequently butted heads with the nuns. I had decided not to follow most of my classmates and enter cathedral, but instead elected to go on to tech. I found I did much better in the more relaxed atmosphere of the public school system. Later in life, I realized that part of the reason I did better at tech was because of the solid educational foundations given to me at Our Lady of Hope School by the Sisters of St. Joseph.
I remember a 1960 graduation day from Our Lady of Hope of being one of the most picture-perfect, sunny and fun days of my young life. After all the formal activities in the morning, including Mass and being presented with our diplomas, we had our class photo taken on the front steps of the church, with Father Power taking his traditional position front and center. There were a few tearful goodbyes, but not many, since most of us still lived near each other and would be going to cathedral together. We had a large family, and they all came over to our house to help me celebrate, and I received tons of presents. That night, my parents let my cousins and friends take over the cellar rec room for a kids-only party. I remembered how great it was to listen to our music being played on the 45s, including Ricky Nelson, Elvis Presley, and Neil Sedaka.
I graduated from Our Lady of Hope in 1955, and like most of my fellow classmates, elected to go on to Cathedral High. Cathedral was so overcrowded at the time that they had double sessions, morning and afternoon. I was one of the 5 lucky students from the Hill to make the morning sessions. I was delighted until I met Father Power after serving one of his masses. He told me that he would be closely watching my grades to ensure that I was worth the money the parish was paying for my privilege to attend Cathedral. As a result, every time the quarterly report cards came out, I feared his reaction more than my mother's or my father's. Fortunately, he never had to call me in for another discussion of my privileges.
The first Our Lady of Hope School graduated approximately 1,950 students in its 41 graduating classes, with an average class size of 48 children. Girls outnumber boys with 1,031 females versus approximately 920 males, or 53% of all graduating students. Only 12 times in those 41 years did a graduating class have more boys than girls, although the last 10 years, from 1955 through 1964, there were 5 years that boys did outnumber girls. Only once did a graduating class have an even number of male and female students, and that was the last class in 1964, with 27 each. The smallest graduating class was in 1954, with only 30 students, while just 3 years later in 1957, they had the largest class with 69. During the 5-year period from 1944 through 1948, there were only 193 graduates, averaging 39 per year, while the 5 years from 1957 to 1961 graduated 283 students, averaging 57 per year. This is from a class will. We, the class of 1964, the last to graduate from the first Our Lady of Hope School, leave this to our successors. The knowledge that they have a tradition to live up to, a fine tradition built by sisters and students over a period of almost 50 years. Through those years, many successful graduates of Our Lady of Hope, including many priests and nuns, have added to that tradition. Those who come after us will have a fine new school with many improvements and conveniences. We leave them this gift, the knowledge that the worth of a school is not in the bricks and concrete, but in the efforts of its students and the dedication of its teachers. Fortunately, the new school will be blessed, as was the old, with the Sisters of St. Joseph. This view of Hungry Hill in 1826 shows an area that is almost completely unpopulated. Carew Street, above Prospect, was then known as Morgan Road because it was the road to the Morgan home, which was located about where Van Sickle Middle School is today. The road to Hogpendingle would eventually become Liberty Street, although at the time it branched off much closer to the Armory and Carew intersection. Hogpendingle would be renamed Abbey Brook, which would feed Hogan's Ponds. By 1870, Hungry Hill is starting to show some sign of development, and the now familiar shape of the Carew, Armory, and Liberty Street triangle has taken form. The Searles family built the first farmhouse in the area in 1850. Located on Upper Liberty Street, it would be purchased by the Hogan family in 1926, and eventually it would become home to the Liberty Ice and Fuel Company. The ever-growing city always depended on unreliable wells for its drinking water, but in 1864, the city signed a contract with the Springfield Aqueduct Company to build a 40-million-gallon reservoir on the east side of Armory Street, with Armory Street itself serving as the dam. By the early part of the 20th century, with the reservoir no longer needed, the city would develop this area into Van Horn Park. In 1846, St. Benedict's Cemetery was opened at the intersection of Armory and Liberty Streets. It was built to serve the needs of the First Catholic Church in Springfield, St. Benedict's, which was located on Union Street in the city's south end. All of St. Benedict's plots were sold by 1884, when the much larger St. Michael's Cemetery was opened on Boston Road. A number of farms have been built in the area by 1882, including the Abbey Farm on Liberty Street, which was built around 1875, and the Trask Farm on Armory Street, which was built about 1877. Both of these farmhouses still exist. It is likely these area farmers would have sold their products at the farmers' market, which at the time was located at Court Square in downtown Springfield. Although the area was starting to develop, it still remained a rugged area to live in and travel through. This photograph of what was then Morgan Road and would become Carew Street shows a narrow dirt path that was frequently muddy and rutted, very unlike the Carew Street that would exist 40 years later when Our Lady of Hope School would be opened. As with much of the city, Hungry Hill in the late 1800s was dotted with ponds, swamps, piney woods, scrub oaks, and open fields. This photograph, looking up the Armory Hill approach, gives a great overall view of the area. Towards the end of the 1800s, Hungry Hill is just starting to develop into the neighborhood we would know so well while growing up. Grover, Cleveland, and Stafford Streets have just been laid out, and the Irish from the North End have started moving up into the new 2- and 3-family homes that would dominate building in the area well into the 20th century. The Adventist Christian Campground, which opened in 1868, as shown in this photo of the opening meeting, still dominates the area bounded by Carew, Kendall, and Newberry Streets. Originally, the campground was almost exclusively tents, but by the time the last meeting was held in 1913, over 100 small cottages had been erected. After the campground was closed, many of these cottages were purchased for a minimal amount of money, moved to a nearby street, and converted to year-round homes that still exist today. The Hampden County Truant School was opened in 1872 at the corner of Armory and Miller Streets. It would continue to operate until 1916, when the farmland it sat on would be transformed into the ball fields for the newly formed Van Horn Park. The Hungry Hill neighborhood of the 1800s was a sparsely settled little farming community, but that would all change drastically in the early 19th century. The moderately improved financial situation for the Irish, along with the Liberty Street trolley lines, provided both the way and the means to establish the hill area we would come to know and love while growing up. During the last quarter of the 19th century, the homes existing on Hungry Hill were mainly farmhouses, such as the Trask Farm on Armory Street and the Abbey Farm on Liberty Street. The exception to this was the then rural estates of Springfield's business elite. These homes, built on Lower Liberty, Franklin, and Carew Streets, included the estates of J.N. Foster, E.F. Jenkins, Gurdon Bill, S.N. Haywood, John B. Adams, George C. Fisk, George D. Nelson, and the Alice Mansion on Carew Street, which became the original Mercy Hospital. Of these, only the 1867 Alice Mansion still exists. This three-photo panorama from 1901 was taken near the corner of Taylor and Armory Streets looking eastward. The large homes at the top of the hill are located on Bowden Street. Here we can see the Boston and Albany Railroad tracks, which represent the southern boundary of Hungry Hill. Everything beyond that point, although hazy in this photograph, is the hill. If you look closely, those tiny white specks in the upper left-hand corner are the gravestones located in St. Benedict's Cemetery. The first streetcar lines came up Liberty Street around the turn of the century, while the Carew Street lines were to follow later. These trolley lines became the catalyst to really help stimulate neighborhood growth. Starting about 1895, the Grover and Cleveland Street areas became the first part of the hill to take on the look we would know while growing up. We can see on these city maps how the homes and businesses within the Armory, Liberty, and Carew Streets triangle developed, starting in 1895 and progressing slowly through 1920. The rest of Hungry Hill saw heavy development from 1900 through 1930. Bungalows were constructed in the Freeman and Phoenix Terrace areas, while single-family colonials were put up on Chapin Terrace and Melhouse Street, along with the dozens of trademark two-family homes being constructed between Governor and Miller Streets and from Armory over to Parkside. Shortly after 1900, Springfield decided to construct the first public buildings in what it saw as the city's next area scheduled to really develop. In 1902, the Armory Street Fire Station opened at 440 Armory Street, and just next door, at 426 Armory, the new Armory Street School opened. This new school would replace the one-room schoolhouse that had been constructed in the area about 1885. The first 30 years of the 20th century was an incredible time to be growing up on the hill. The sheer numbers of homes being built meant there was a constantly increasing number of friends to play with. The addition of Van Horn Park, with his ball fields, open spaces, and ponds, meant you always had something to do. Now about the naming of Hungry Hill. Where did it really originate? I'm afraid we can't tell you, but apparently all the theorists just know their answer is correct. I imagine at least one of them actually is. It seems the most popular idea revolves around the fact that the hill didn't have any restaurants in the early days, and the policemen walking the beat unfortunately had nowhere to eat. Other theories include being named after an area near the Cork-Kerry border of Ireland, or the fact that the area's families had so many children, the local markets were always delivering huge amounts of food to its hungry customers. Maybe it's because the local boys who walked from the hill into downtown Springfield made their first stop at the local restaurants to pig out because they were so hungry after the long walk. I suppose it really doesn't matter how it started because the name so uniquely identifies us. It has a special ring to it, and has always been a name we could proudly associate ourselves with. When you say, "I'm from Hungry Hill," or just, "I'm from the hill," do you ever feel yourself standing a little taller, your back maybe a little straighter, and have a glint in your eye that maybe says, "I know about a special place that you could never fully comprehend unless you grew up there"?
Back in the late 50s and early 60s, I almost always had my hair cut at Art's barbershop, right across from Our Lady of Hope School. Art was a kindly older gentleman who seemed to make you feel important while you sat in his chair, asking you this and that. I'm sure he could have cut my hair to whatever style I wanted, but I didn't know anything about style. It was always just give me a regular.
Highlands Pharmacy had a wonderful thing called store credit. Put it on my charge was something I often heard my mother say, so one day after school, I went into the store and picked up a nickel bag of State Line potato chips and told Mr. Highland, "Put it on my charge." He very nicely explained that it wasn't an option for me, but let me have the bag as a treat anyway.
Leo's, across the street from the school, was the safe camp we retreated to after a long day of battling superiors. Here was where the troops replenished. Nothing like a good dose of sugar to enrich our spirits and soothe our young psyches. Ice cream, penny candy, baseball cards, and friendly banter with Leo himself helped to arm us for the homework and sibling wars we faced at home.
Schermerhorn's Fish Market provided the area's staple family meal for Friday evenings, especially during Lent. Their fried fish was simply the best on the hill. I also worked there for a short time and burned the heck out of my fingers.
Many people remember Ma Bouchard's restaurant for her donuts, but my memories are a little different. I lived at the very end of the parish near St. James Ave and had to take the bus to school. Since I couldn't go home for lunch, my mother usually made us brown bag it. Every once in a while, we were given money to eat out, and this meant Mom Bouchard's for me. All I can remember eating there is Campbell's tomato soup, which was heated up in a metal container that looked like a Friendly's Fribble container. I'm sure I must have had different meals, but all I can picture is that red can.
In the early part of the 20th century, grocery stores, barber shops, bakeries, shoe repair stores were very common all over the Hill. And almost daily, the housewives had to walk to those grocery stores to pick up their daily groceries for their large families. Delivery men, street vendors, they're quite common too on the Hill. There was the bread man, the vegetable man. There was the milkman that used to come every day. Remember the milk that we used to get with the cream on the top? And when it froze, it just oozed out. They were also very common to see the Iceman. Remember, in the early 20th century, our great-grandparents didn't have the convenience of electricity that we have today. Ice had to be delivered almost daily. And those 3-deckers on Hungry Hill, the Iceman loved it. He would look in the window, see the ice cards, see if it would be 25, 50, 75, or 100 pounds that was needed based on the ice card that was in the window of those 3-deckers. He would bring the ice up those very narrow stairways. That was something that many of the icemen used to tell us about. The other thing was very common to purchase on the payment plan, the time payment plan, especially insurance. Can you imagine insurance man coming today just to pick up a few dollars on the insurance premiums that we all have?
An essential part of getting ready for the new school year at Our Lady of Hope was a trip to Highlands Drugstore. The acquisition of a new cigar box to replace last year's beat-up one headed up the new supplies list. Now, with my organizer in place, I could fill the box with pencils, pens, erasers, glue, and round-handled scissors.
I remember the candy store across from the school run by Abby, who was from Ireland. She would have grab bags filled with candy for only a penny. Sometimes, if you were lucky, you'd get a special bag that had not only the candy but also a penny in it.
Whatever happened to green stamps? Whenever my mother would send me to one of the Hill's many neighborhood stores, the last thing she would always call out was, "Don't forget the green stamps." Remember how disgusting it was to lick all those stamps and put them in the book?
Highlands Drugstore was one of my favorite stops as a kid. I could still picture walking through the double doors and down the main aisle to the cash register with the gum and candy in front. We purchased our school supplies, ice cream, 5-cent bags of State Line potato chips, and toys there. I would buy Mother's and Father's Day cards, and if you also bought a gift, Mr. Highland would be happy to wrap it for you.
Hungry Hill had mostly family-owned businesses, and if you were born into one of those businesses like I was, you instantly became an employee with years off pending growth spurts. After school and on weekends, I stocked the shelves, swept the floor, and broke up cardboard boxes. On weekends, I delivered groceries in my wagon. There were many pluses, of course. We knew all our neighbors and delivery men. I never had to run to the store for groceries because our house was attached, and Skipton ice cream was always readily available. Winter was the toughest time because the store was on a corner, and when it snowed, you had to make sure the sidewalks were always well shoveled.
In 1958, at the age of 18, I bought my first used car from Springfield Used Car on Liberty Street. It was an old, somewhat beat-up Dodge, but it was all mine, and I was the only one with wheels. My friends and I had big plans to spruce it up. A Continental kit, fender skirts, curb feelers, and a steering knob. That old car took us everywhere. Over to Old Orchard Beach, down to Misquamicut, and out to the Cape. That car really gave me my first taste of freedom and independence.
My father, Maurice, bought the pharmacy at 591 Liberty Street around 1929 and named it Kazan's Prescription Pharmacy. As a teenager, I worked there from about 1945 until 1951. The kids from Our Lady of Hope and Armory Street schools would come in to purchase their penny candy and comics from us. It was actually entertaining to watch the kids trying to make up their minds about which candies to buy. The comic books were another story, trying to get them to buy the comics without reading them in the store first. One of our most popular features, and the one I had the most fun at, was the soda fountain. I remember making carbonated drinks, milkshakes, ice cream sodas, and great sundaes. The fountain was the busiest after Mass let out at Our Lady of Hope, and I have fond memories of shooting the breeze with all of our Sunday morning regulars.
I want to give you a little background on one of the businesses on Hungry Hill, the T.P. Sampson Funeral Home. In doing some research on this, I found out that T.P. Sampson was actually burying people at St. Michael's Cemetery in the late 1890s. I also found that in 1920 they were located down on Mattoon Street, and it wasn't until the 30s that they bought the John Shea Funeral Home that is on Liberty Street, in which they actually still run today. Remember, wakes weren't in the funeral homes back in the 1920s, and it was only until the mid-1930s where we actually brought people to funeral homes for wakes and funerals. Also doing the research, we found an ad for the T.P. Sampson Travel Agency. They were actually doing transatlantic trips in the mid-1930s. Now, I do want to tell you a personal story about the Sampsons. When I was 8 or 9, of course, growing up on Hungry Hill and being Irish, you always went to wakes at a very young age. Well, I can remember I was 8 or 9 years old, and I went to a viewing one evening with my parents, and I was sitting there very solemnly in the seats in the rear, and I overheard some elderly people saying, you know, they say on Hungry Hill that you never get to heaven unless you go through T.P. Sampson's. Well, I took it literally. I thought that was the truth, and I always wondered why the nuns never mentioned it in our catechism class at Lady of Hope School.
When I was a child, growing up on the hill, one of my family's largest expenses was shoes. So my mother would devise extraordinary means to keep them wearable. If there was no cash on hand, she would use layers of cardboard to temporarily cover holes, or try the sometimes unreliable do-it-yourself kits. If we were fortunate enough to have some extra cash, Joe Kane's shoemaker shop on Armory Street was always a reliable place to go, or we could walk over to the Italian cobbler on Liberty Street. Now, many of the businesses on the hill were run by hardworking, non-Irish immigrants with strong and sometimes difficult to understand accents, especially for a child. One time, I brought a pair of very special shoes into the Italian shop. In his strong Italian accent, he explained that he couldn't repair them in the B width. My feet were narrow, and I thought he meant that repairs were impossible. I was almost in tears as I retrieved them from him and started out the door of his little shop. He called me back, and after a few minutes I understood what he meant was that he couldn't repair them while they be wet, not be with. After a couple of days drying out, they could be repaired.
One of my favorite sources of childhood entertainment on the Hill was the Liberty Theater, which opened in 1928 for a 30-year run. Though the downtown theaters like the Capitol or the Paramount were magnificent showplaces, you couldn't really beat the 16-cent ticket price of your own Hollywood connection at the Liberty. I have fond memories of the incredible noise level at a typical Saturday matinee and of the theater manager, a short red-haired man who would stop the movie, walk on stage, and warn the crowd of young moviegoers that he wasn't going to run the movie until it was quiet. He was usually booed at and had popcorn boxes thrown at the stage until he gave up and started the movie again.
Did anyone besides Mr. Autry count the number of plates that shattered on the floor of the Liberty Theater on dish night? I sure would like to have a nickel for each one.
Looking back at the hill we grew up in, I can still recall how it seemed to be filled with the smells of baking bread, either homemade or store-bought. Wingers at Crew and Armory had a special brown bread that went great with Saturday night baked beans, while just around the corner on Armory there was Ma Bouchard's. And though she didn't make bread, her homemade donuts certainly qualified her in the delicious aromas department. If you continued down Armory Street, you came to Wonder Bread and Freihofer's, which each offered their own fresh baked scents. Turning up Liberty Street, you would come across Liberty Bakeries, which probably had some of the most diverse bakery smells on the hill. Besides their many special breads, they had pies and cakes, and all those other tempting pastry delights that would just light up the eyes of any child. Up to the corner of Liberty and Woodmont Street, we would find Togias's Bakery, with their crusty breads and delicious rolls that were served in many of the area restaurants. I suppose, like with most things, your childhood memories can be strongest, and it does seem that all those remembered aromas from so many years ago do seem to be the most fragrant.
When I was young, my father was a pharmacist who worked at Liberty Heights Pharmacy. On Saturday afternoons, he would come home for lunch and then take my cousin Elaine and I back to the store with him. We'd then walk down to the Liberty Theater and spend the afternoon watching the newsreels, serials, and double features. We always had an incredibly great time. After the movie, we would walk back to the drugstore where my father would supply us with free ice cream sundaes and the best root beer floats.
Growing up on the hill in the 1920s typically meant our first movie experience would be at the now long-closed Cleveland Theater. The theater was owned by Mr. and Mrs. Kelleher and was located in a separate building behind their house on Cleveland Street. With our dime in hand, we would line up well in advance of the opening and wait to purchase our ticket from Mrs. Kelleher. She knew all of us by name and greeted us warmly. For an extra penny, you could purchase a piece of her chocolate or vanilla homemade fudge. Of course, at the time, they were all silent films, but we really got our money's worth, starting with the Fox Movie Tone newsreels and the second-run movie. The main event would then be the serials, with their cliffhanging endings, followed by the main feature. The Kellehers had to put up with 300 screaming and hollering kids, but they did it with enough grace and understanding that I can think no other people more deserving of a humanitarian award. Eventually, movies changed over to talkies, and the Cleveland was not equipped to handle them, so the doors were closed for good.
During the Depression, to help those who were really down and out, some of the ICE owners got together and decided that they would ask the people that lived at the missions if they would be willing to work a full day harvesting ice.
Now the ice had to be harvested and get only a couple times during the year, usually January or February, but the preparation would start, of course, in November or December, where the ice owners or those who were going to harvest the pond would smooth out the snow at every snowstorm in order to have the ice ready and smooth and when they were going to harvest it in January or February. So what they did was they went down to the mission, said, okay, if you're willing to do a good day's work, we will give you 3 hot meals. We will pick you up in the morning, take you home at night, and we will also give you some warm clothing. Now you got to remember the people who lived at those missions were really those who were really on tough times. So that's how the ice industry in the ice companies in the city of Springfield actually got a crew to work and harvest the ice on some of the ponds in the Springfield area.
For many years, Hungry Hill was fortunate to have 3 doctors in residence with offices in their homes. Doctors Greeny and Conway on Carew Street and Dr. Hegarty on Ledyard Street. Our family doctor was Dr. Francis Hegarty. He was a general practitioner with a wide range of expertise, and of course, he even made house calls. His waiting room had leather chairs, and I thought it smelt like my grandfather's shaving cream. No one had an appointment. It was first come, first served, with the doctor simply coming out and asking who was next. He was not a large man, but what presence he had, and his medical know-how and common sense was staggering. Dr. Hegarty personified what the new holistic medicine movement is trying to recapture, the family doctor who took the time to provide a human touch and make an emotional contact.
I lived on Drexel Street along with the Donahues and the Fitzgeralds. As a group, we all used to walk the mile or so to and from Our Lady of Hope School, which could take an hour or more because we played ball, marbles, and tag all along Carew Street. We would often stop at Jack Donahue's Texaco station for a Coke from his old cooler. Or if we had a few cents extra, we could visit Dave's Pharmacy for some additional treats. The group would always get larger as we made our way to school and picked up friends and classmates along the way, no matter what the weather.
We all had to go home for lunch, and for some of us, that meant walking past Cantor's Market on Carew Street. Cantor's was a popular store where everyone would shop for their meats. Mr. Cantor, who knew most of us, would usually be standing outside his store looking for someone to deliver meat to one of our neighbors. We never refused, but always hurried past his store.
Many of the conveniences that we have today didn't exist in the 20s, 30s, and 40s on Hungry Hill. The local grocery stores is where the housewives would go just about every day to pick up their supplies. And it was during the tough times that it was the local merchants that extended credit to get many of the families through those hard times. Grissetti's, Cantor's, and Fallon's were some of the grocery stores. We had Vicina's, Maline's, and Kazan's, the pharmacies. They also extended credit to their neighbors. Then there were the icemen that definitely had to extend credit. Liberty Ice, and Dave Vickers was actually an iceman, and he lived on Armory Street right across from Lady of Hope. And finally, the milkmen, Charles Abbey and Aline Brothers. It was these merchants that actually lived in the neighborhood that extended credit to their neighbors that helped everyone get through those tough times.
When I was 9 years old in 1938, I needed a project for school. I asked my father if he'd let me watch R.J. Vicina make ice cream and take pictures of the process. What a thrill it was to see the whole procedure taking place in the basement of Liberty Heights Pharmacy, and getting a chance to taste the freshly made ice cream as soon as it came out of the mixer. I guess you could say that it was the forerunner of soft serve. The ice cream was then put into a large, personalized stainless steel bucket and placed in the brine that was in the freezer. Now that was the real stuff, made with real butter fat, and probably why I have clogged arteries today.
Hungry Hill in the 1950s had numerous stores and small businesses. The most concentrated and diverse group of these stores was at the corners of Carew and Newberry Street. Fulton's Market was owned by Louis Zointz, a Jewish butcher who had Al Jarreau to cheerfully deliver your orders. A male-only domain was Louis the Italian barber. Then there was Jimmy's Spa, a once elegant soda fountain owned by the leathery-faced Greek with prominent bags under his eyes. Doris Cakeley's flower shop always had the most striking window displays. This fine French lady supplied the most beautiful floral arrangements to all the local weddings, funeral, and special events. At Carew Pharmacy, Dave and Jack Goldberg were the Jewish brothers that dispensed goodwill with their prescriptions while serving some of the best vanilla cokes around. The two Irish-owned establishments were Pete Sheehan's Tavern, a mysterious place for us kids because all we could see were shadowy figures clinking glasses together, and Ed Sullivan's hardware store, with his massive amounts of small hardware. Ed's was also a good place to buy a roller skate key or have your ice skates sharpened. Though not aware of it at the time, we were very fortunate to experience these multicultural merchants who genuinely cared about the neighborhood and its people.
Down by the Sally Gardens, my love and I did meet. She passed the Sally Garden with two little snow white feet. She bid me take life easy as the leaves grow on the tree. But I was young and foolish, with heart did not agree. In a field down by the river, my love and I did stand, and on my leaning shoulder she placed a snow white hand. She bid me take love easy as the grass grows on the wind. But I was young and foolish, and now I'm full of tears.
My two sisters went to Our Lady of Hope School and were in the minstrel shows put on by Father John Sexton. One of the numbers they did was McNamara's Band, starring Helen and Rita Daly and Mary and Eileen Carney. The number that brought the house down was God Bless America, sung by my little brother Joseph Daly, dressed as Uncle Sam, and Nancy Carney, dressed as the Statue of Liberty. They were only about 6 or 7 at the time.
Her eyes, they shone like diamonds. You would think she was queen of the land. With her hair hung over her shoulder, tied up by a black velvet band. In a neat little cottage in Belfast, to the cabin betrayed I was bound. But whatever misfortune came over me, I was tempted to ramble around. So I took a stroll down Broadrigg Street, a damsel I had
cousin and I were chosen to open the annual dance recital at the Old Church Hall, an honor of dubious distinction. We were to perform the renowned seven-hand reel, and when I immediately reeled the wrong way, going left instead of right, in front of 300 bewildered parents, both my teacher Helen Morin and my cousin Joanne Murphy deserved medals of honor for not trying to alter my physical appearance.
I graduated in 1936 and loved acting in the school plays that were held in the Old Church Hall. When I was 12, I even had the honor of being an in man in one of the many minstrel shows put on by the parish.
As I was going over, I carry mountains, so I spied a captain Farrell and his money he was counting. I first produced my pistol, I then produced my rapier, saying, stand and deliver, I am your bold deceiver, with me ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-da. Backbone the daddy-o, backbone the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar-o. He counted out his money and it made a pretty penny. I put it in me pocket for the darling winsome Jenny. She said how she loved me, that she'd never leave me. Oh, the devil take the woman, for you know she did deceive me. The ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-da. Back-bone the daddy-o, back-bone the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar-o. I went up to me chamber, all to take a slumber. I dreamt of money and jewels, sure is it any wonder? Well, Jenny took my bullets, filled them all with water, called on Captain Farrell to be ready for a slaughter. With me ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-da. Backbone the daddy-o, backbone the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar-o. It's early in the morning, long before I'm travelling, up stepped a band of footmen, likewise Captain Farrell. I then produced my pistol, cause she stole away my rapier. Could not shoot the water, and the prisoner I was taken. With me ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-da. Backbone the daddy-o, backbone the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Oh! Woo!
One of the popular performances at the parish minstrel shows was the singing put on by the entire Corbin family. Few people realized that Joan Corbin was a Native American.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone, and all the flowers are dying. 'Tis you, must go, and I must bide. But come
One of my vivid memories from Our Lady of Hope is of the minstrel shows we had in the old church hall and the wonderful voices of Judy Mastriani and Bruce Fitzgerald, who later became man and wife.
Growing up on Hungry Hill, music, Irish music, a lot of Irish music. It had so much to do with our lives. It was really a big part of our legend and everything. When we were kids, boy, we wanted to sing the songs together and talk with other people. And we always had an awareness of the generation ahead of us, or maybe 2 generations ahead of us. And it was like legends. It was like what the Indians have, the Native Americans from their former things and stuff. We'd hear about these wonderful people that had played before us, and then we got to know more about them as we got older. But it was wonderful. We had a session at the Liberty Cafe back there at one period in time, and it kind of all came together where we were all playing music, but it was kind of like an afterthought from what had happened before us. There was people from half a generation ahead of us, not even, where they used to go down and sing songs down at Horizon or whatever. They'd go down to Far Rockaway to see Ma McNulty, and these guys would be playing music all the time. And then there'd be the great musicians like Tommy Sullivan, Jeff Sullivan's dad, and Donnie McCarty. Donnie McCarty was just a young fellow when Tommy Sullivan was playing. Joe Durain used to come to Springfield all the time. He was like one of our own. He'd be hanging around with these guys. Chris Tabb, oh my gosh. Chris Tabb would go up to the Catskills every Friday night, him and his band, and they'd play up there in Leeds. So they'd come back the same night, but it was just the end of the turnpike and a few more miles, and that's where they'd be. Wonderful things. And of course their sons became great musicians. The Dustmen, all their fathers were quite involved in the music, and of course Bo Fitz's dad, Jack Fitz, he always had a band going. They played wonderful music, and to us they were all legends. We'll never forget it. We always hung on to that. You'd get a hold of a Joe Durain 78 when you were a kid, and you'd think it'd be the greatest thing going. But then I can remember running into Kevin Fitzgerald one time. He says, well, you know what I was doing last night? I had a bunch of Joe Durain records I was using for Frisbees out in the yard. He was just trying to get me going because he knew how much honor we had in these things and so forth. And then there'd be Bruce Fitz's dad used to manage the Terra Hall downtown, and there used to be the Red Barn out there, and I'm not sure exactly where, Chicopee or Ludlow or something. I think it was Rich Manning. They used to call him Mouse. I never knew him as Mouse, but he ran a lot of stuff up there, and oh, it's great to see the pictures of these guys and everything else, and the wonderful things that happened. There was Vinnie Haggerty played the fiddle, and then there was Jimmy Mara's dad, Harold Mara. Wonderful musicians. We just held these guys in the highest honor. They were like saints to us. It was a wonderful thing. And sometimes these musicians would show up in the minstrel shows also back at the Lady of Hope. You'd see them out in the foreground playing, and this stuff just went on and on. But we loved it. We loved it, and we still love it, and we're still loving it to this day, and we're holding on to those memories, and we always will. It's great stuff. Great stuff. Music of Hungry Hill.
Oh, we're the boys from Hungry Hill we hail. We done in every calaboose, we done in every jail. And when we go to bed at night, it's gum we'd rather chew. Oh, we're the boys from Hungry Hill, and who the hell are you? Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. money and the trade. They're all a growing greener in me own country. Oh, well, there once was a young maid lived in Strawberry Lane, loved by her mistress and her master the same, until this young sailor lad come sailing o'er the sea, and that was the beginning of her misery. And it's home by home, home I'd like to be, home for a while in me own country. The oak and the ash and the bunny and the tree, they're all a growing greener in me own country. This young maid being innocent, well, she thought it'd do no harm to hop into bed for her to keep the sailor warm. He hugged her and he kissed her, and he called her his own dear, and he said, me love, I wish tonight.
Helen Sears Morin is one of my heroines because of her years of teaching Irish tap to kids of all ages in all stages of clumsiness. Week after week, Helen labored to create some kind of coordination and artistry within us. I tried fervently just to show up for the Wednesday after-school lesson at the American Legion and to remain upright on the dance floor. More often than not, I failed, becoming well-versed in the reality that tap shoes and wax floors are a dangerous duo.
The east side of Van Horn Reservoir in the winter was dedicated to pick-up games of boys hockey. Girls were never allowed. We had to shovel the ice ourselves, but this wasn't usually a problem because there were normally plenty of volunteers. Most of our equipment was pretty crude. Makeshift cages, hockey sticks that could be everything from store-bought to small tree branches, and pucks could be just about anything. Old shoe heels worked just fine.
Does anyone remember sliding down the sandbanks at the end of Pembroke Street? I used an old dishpan that was my grandfather's to serve as my flying saucer. Paul Sexton was the only one that owned a toboggan, but we were all allowed to take turns on it. The boys would pile big mounds of snow at the bottom of the hill for us to go flying over. Everyone used to skate at Carrie's cow flop when it would freeze over. Did you ever run the benders when its ice was thin?
In the early 1930s, when the Depression hit, it hit the families really hard on Hungry Hill. It was very tough for families to actually have enough money to buy the groceries and the goods that they needed to live every day. So the City Fathers in 1934 put a call out through the paper, the Springfield Republican, to ask anyone who had large plots of land if they would donate it to have victory gardens for the city residents. Well, on Hungry Hill, Peter F. Hogan, down at the lower end of Liberty Street by the Springfield Plaza or the airport at that time, had quite a bit of land, and he donated over 10 acres the first time that they asked. He plowed under the hay, and then he allowed families from the hill to come on down and plant their plots, take care of them through the summer. And I remember him saying many times that he remembers seeing families coming, mom, dads, and the kids, in the late evenings to tend their plots and then to actually go away with bushel baskets that would sustain them for a few days and really basically through the summer. It was tough in those days. Everyone worked together to try to make it through.
My great-uncle was one of the old guys that played pinochle at the clubhouse in Van Horn Park. His name was Eddie McCarthy, but he was better known as Skip. In his later years, he became quite a well-known character around the park, spending quite a bit of time umpiring softball games on the back diamonds near the Liberty Street exit. At that time, he couldn't see for crap, but he was the same for both teams, so they just put up with him.
Summertime swimming in the ponds at Van Horn Park was a strictly forbidden activity. But as usual, boys being boys, it couldn't be resisted on a hot summer night. To counteract our fun, the park policemen were always around to enforce the rules. One night, while swimming off the peninsula, motorcycle officer Paul Rice quietly walked down to the water's edge and, while shining his flashlight onto the pond, yelled out that we'd better come out or he'd throw our clothes into the water. We sheepishly suffered through a lecture and were told, never again. And so it was, never again. But that was the extent of it. Officer Rice always made friends, never enemies.
The families that lived in my area of Hungry Hill consisted of the Moquins, the Applebys, Garveys, Piacentinis, Stevens, the O'Briens, the Hucks, Cormans, and Harrigans, among others. We had a very ethnic mix of German, Dutch, Yankee, Italian, Lebanese, and Irish. I never knew that Hungry Hill was supposed to be predominantly Irish until I was in my teens.
On an Easter Sunday morning, I went to the Springfield airport on Liberty Street with my sister Mary and friend Kathleen Carey. Our plan was to take a free ride on a Piper Cub sponsored by the Women's Air Corps to encourage enlistments. My picture, taken by the newspaper, was printed in the Monday morning edition, even though I was too young to sign up.
Do you remember laying in the grass at Van Horn Park watching for the rainbows that would be made by the sun reflecting off the swimming pool spray? Or just looking up at the clouds on a lazy summer day and envisioning the shapes of ships, animals, faces, or anything else our young imaginations could conjure up?
Did you ever wait at the street corner for your dad to come home from work just so you could hop a ride down the street on the running board?
If you talk to some of the longtime residents of Hungry Hill, you can never get a story out unless they talk about Hogan's Pond. Now, back in the late 20s, one day my grandfather, Peter F. Hogan, found a couple of boys hanging around the barn. And he said to them, "Get out of here." And they said, "But Mr. Hogan, we have no place to go, and every place we go, people don't want us. We have nothing to do." This was during the summertime. So my grandfather, being resourceful and always trying to help the kids out, got an idea. He went and he called the newspaper, he called the city, and he said, "I'm opening the pond." Behind his home on Liberty Street, there was a big pond. They called it Hogan's Pond. That's where he harvested some ice in the winter. So what he did was he got the city to supply the lifeguards, and they also set up a little stand where you could buy a hamburger or a hot dog. And the kids would come down by the droves for the summers in the 20s, late 20s, 30s, and it went all the way up to the late 40s that Hogan's Pond was open for swimming. And some of the stories that even my parents' generation would talk about, the fun times that they had at Hogan's Pond.
When I was a kid growing up on the hill, summertime fun always meant swimming at Hogan's Pond. In those days, the Springfield airport was still open, and it was great fun to watch the low-flying planes landing and taking off right over your head. The boys were always doing cannonballs, trying to impress the girls, and you had to be alert enough to duck out of the way when they came too close. We also had to keep a careful eye out for the dragonflies, or devil's darning needles as we called them, because you just knew they could really sew your lips together.
Some Hungry Hill memories. Buying 2 sticks of Old Boy gum for a penny, and 2 big Tar Baby lollipops for a nickel. When there were 2 newspapers, the Daily News and the Union, the cost was 2 cents each. Mail was delivered twice a day, once on Saturdays. Displaying the big card with the 4 numbers on it to let Mr. Thayer, the Liberty Ice man, know how many pounds of ice you wanted. Father Cruz patrolling the Sunday morning's children's mass, looking to evict any adult who happened to be seated while a child was standing.
Music was an ever-present reminder of your Irish heritage while growing up on the hill. Whether it was from the upright piano your family might be lucky enough to own, or from the old wind-up Victrola with the scratchy sounds and needles that constantly needed changing. In our house we sang and played the piano all the time, and when the cousins, aunts, uncles, and friends visited, the jigs, reels, and contemporary music probably drove the neighbors crazy. When we weren't making our own music, there was always the radio that helped us keep up with the latest sounds from Sinatra, Benny Goodman, or Tommy Dorsey, along with the Irish Hours on Sunday.
Van Horn Park has left me with some of my most lasting childhood memories. For one thing, it was the first place I ever played spin the bottle. We also did a lot of fishing for pumpernickels in the ponds, and one time we even built a boat to sail across the water. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, it sank real fast. On the 4th of July, there would be a fireworks display at the reservoir, and the shores would be jam-packed with Hungry Hill families. This would be followed up by a huge bonfire that was made from all the Christmas trees they'd collected since the holidays.
Do you remember dish night at the Liberty Theater? Walking home, someone would always end up breaking one, and the thunderous applause would soon follow. How about Father Sexton and Father Martin having skate races across Van Horn Pond with all the kids cheering them on? Father Sexton claimed he always won by a nose. We all loved Flop McCarthy, the director at Wilbur Bowl Playground on Nottingham Street, and spent many summer hours playing sorry and chutes and ladders in the park.
The thought of the childhood games we played have always brought a pleasant smile of remembrance to my face. For a girl growing up on Hungry Hill many years ago, that meant jump rope, hopscotch, marbles, bounce the ball, and roller skating. I can still hear the sounds of 1, 2, 3, oh Larry, or my name is Anne, my husband's name is Alan, etc.
Growing up on the hill, we were overrun with the penchant for giving people nicknames. It was so common that many times you didn't know someone's real first name. Perhaps with so many Johns, Patricks, Daniels, or Michaels, it became necessary. Sometimes a nickname was unique and was all that was needed to identify an individual, like Bibbers or Bunty. Others included Red, Nifty, Bull, Bucky, Ace, Bobo, Chops, Righty, Lefty, Marbles, and Tossy. And the list just goes on and on.
Skating on Van Horn Reservoir was certainly one of the winter highlights of growing up on Hungry Hill. One of the most fun but strictly forbidden things we did on the ice was to form a long line of skaters into a whip. At the appropriate time, the leaders of the fast-moving whip would stop and send those behind them arcing off at an ever-increasing speed until those on the end went flying off the end. In the 1930s, Father Sexton, then a young curate at Our Lady of Hope Church, seemed to be the only one who was not stopped or reprimanded when he cracked the whip. Skating was always more fun and adventuresome when Father was around.
A long time ago, there used to be fun carnivals held on city lots next to St. Benedict Cemetery on Liberty Street. We would all go at night and end up singing Goodnight Irene all the way home. We also did a lot of sliding on the hills behind the city lots, down over the little stream and toward the railroad tracks.
One of the childhood memories that I really miss is the smell of burning leaves in the fall. I can picture a cool fall day with clouds and no wind, the smoke slowly rising all around you from your neighbor's yard cleaning efforts, that wonderful lingering aroma that clung to your jacket to make the pleasure last a little longer. I suppose we all have to do our part for the environment, but I think we should have one official leaf-burning weekend per year, just for old time's sake.
We used to raise chickens in the backyard of our home on Kendall Street. Occasionally, they would escape and it would become a great adventure for all the neighborhood kids to try and recapture the crowing, clucking, and thoroughly frightened fowl.
Our good humor ice cream man was a short, squat-figured man with a bulging belly, a testament to his chosen profession. One day, he pulled his bell-ringing van up to our curb and suggested to my friend and I that we both go home, count up our Irish freckles, and expect a free ice cream in return. I had neither the nerve nor the good sense to simply give an estimated number. No, I had to spend long and frustrating hours in front of the mirror trying to accomplish Mission Impossible. When I relayed my failure to Mr. Ice Cream the next day, he smiled, handed me a frozen treat, and commended me for my honesty.
Do you remember the big celebration when the paddle pond was opened at Van Horn Park? The 4-party telephone lines, each with their own distinctive rings, and the delicious Boston brown bread you could buy at Winger's Bakery. Wakes were held at home, and while the women were in the parlor visiting and watching the corpse, the men were in the kitchen smoking and watching the bottle.
On Hungry Hill, sports was the heartbeat of what was going on a summer night, and Van Horn Park was the place to be. I would often head down there on a summer evening. Whether I had a game or not that night, there was baseball being played all over the park. I might have a game or a practice, but whether I did or not, you could always watch the big game on Diamond 1, the 12-14 game on Diamond 2, the 10-12 games or Small Fry or Mighty Mike games across on the other side of the park, the Skip McCarthy game at the end of the park. That was the softball league that the men played in. If you didn't want to watch baseball, although there was plenty to watch, you could go watch Gaelic football. Often there were guys who would come over from Ireland who would practice Gaelic football on the Miller Street side of the park. It was pretty interesting to watch it because there were rules that none of us could ever figure out, but you knew there were great athletes playing this sport, and the skills needed were different from those needed in baseball. What an exciting and adventurous place it seemed. You'd be riding your bike around, and after you saw enough baseball and Gaelic football, you could head over to the basketball courts. There was always great pickup basketball at Van Horn. That's usually where I ended up and where I tried to hone my basketball skills. Baseball was what I did in organized sports kind of thing, but basketball was where I spent a lot of time at Van Horn. In one of the most vibrant areas of Springfield, Hungry Hill, I would say Van Horn Park was the place that was the most spirited and vibrant place to be on a summer night.
Hogan's Pond was a great place to swim in the 1930s. As teenagers during those Depression years, we all looked for simple pursuits that didn't cost us anything. Wonderful friendships and camaraderie flourished since we were all in the same boat economically. Groups of us would walk down from the end of Strong Street, through the fields, across the log, and over the little stream to the pond. The Careys, Westcotts, Cabeys, and Karens, along with many others, whiled away many summer days at the pond behind the old ice house, where we sometimes swam until 11 o'clock at night.
I remember the vision of Hockety Graves, a well-known area gentleman, parading up Miller Street, his arms outstretched, carrying Christmas wreaths for sale, and the sound of the ragman as he marched to his own beat, melodiously singing his one-word chant of rags.
Winter fun on Hungry Hill in the 1930s meant skating on the west side of Van Horn Reservoir. The water level was much higher than it is today, and the ice actually became very crowded at times. The skating house was always open, with a fire going in the fireplace to warm you up, while you sat on the long benches lacing up your skates.
Sledding on the various hills in Van Horn Park was always a winter staple for my brothers and me. The greatest challenge was choosing the longest and most daring run while trying to avoid hitting all those trees that seemed to want to reach out and touch someone. The winner was always the one who managed to travel the farthest without cheating by giving yourself any extra pushes.
Just about any boy growing up in the hill would at some point been involved with the game of marbles. Depending on when he grew up, he may have shot with Aggies, Steelies, Moonies, Lassies, Glassies, or Cat's Eyes. Although the game seemed to run in cycles, you never knew when Our Lady of Hope's playground would become a hotbed of marble playing, usually for keepsies.
When I was a kid, our free time, especially during the summer, was spent at Van Horn Park. Cooling off in the wading pool, playing ball, or watching the city leagues meant we were rarely bored. The park supervisor was Bill Cunningham. He worked very hard to see the park was well run and to keep all of the area's children entertained. Mr. Cunningham was always known as a very kind and caring man.
When World War II started, our lives really changed. Food was now rationed, and the air raid drills held at school were really scary. The sirens that went off were terrible, and you had to either shut off your lights or pull down the window shades. My dad and Larry O'Connor were air raid wardens, and they had to patrol the streets to make sure everyone complied until the all-clear signal was given.
A memory I have of Hungry Hill is seeing all of those clotheslines going off the back of everyone's porches or out in their backyards where they had the clotheslines. Remember in the winter when your mom or dad would, especially mom, would hang out the clothes and they'd freeze in the winter? Remember those frozen underwear, frozen socks, frozen pants? One thing I do want to remember is the ringers that we used to have on the washing machines. I can remember my mom had one. It was an electric wringer, and the day that she would do clothes, she wouldn't let us go near the thing. 5 feet away is as far as we had to stay. She was so afraid that we were going to get our hands caught in that wringer. It was a scary contraption.
One of the highlights of my days at Our Lady of Hope School was getting to see Admiral Byrd's Antarctic snow cruiser travel slowly up Carew Street on its journey from Chicago to Boston and then eventually to Antarctica in the late fall of 1939. I don't remember if we were let out of school or I cut classes, but that big red machine was sure a sight to behold.
Before cars were the norm for the families living on the hill, the multitude of street vendors took care of many of our daily needs. One such person was Joe Serrato. I can still envision him coming down the street with his self-designed grinding rig slung over his shoulder, ringing a bell to announce his arrival. My mother always welcomed him and his skills. He did an excellent job of sharpening her dressmaking scissors. If there were ice skates in need of a sharper edge, he took care of them also.
Cream Crest was one of the early companies to deliver milk by horse-drawn wagon to the Hungry Hill neighborhood. The delivery man was Mr. Harvey, and if you were polite, he would sometimes give you a piece of ice that he chipped off the supply he used to keep the milk cold. The rich cream would rise to the top and in the wintertime freeze, causing the cap to rise above the rim. Later, Bunty Hoare, now driving a motorized vehicle, became our milkman. When Cream Crest seal test, another Hill native, Fred Carney, delivered the area milk, cottage cheese, and butter. A long time ago, we would sometimes find ourselves waiting for the trolley on Main Street that would ascend the Liberty Street Hill. Every now and then, on a sultry summer night, we would be delighted to find our travel would be in one of the open cars with the wood-slatted seats and the motorman standing in front. When we reached the end of the line at Bottle Park, we would then stop into Bucelleri's for a cold soda or an ice cream treat.
While growing up on the hill, it was a comfort to know that we were in a safe, caring neighborhood that took care of and looked after its children. When still very young, we would have to deal with the "don't go too far" caution, which meant we stayed on our street or only got to go a few streets over to Grandma's and Grandpa, or this aunt and uncle's, to meet a special friend. As we got older, Van Horn Park became a natural magnet because of all the sports to be played, the skating and the sliding in the winter. When we approached our teen years, our regular neighborhood travels seemed to widen. Being a kid from Moreland Street, the library or dry goods store on Liberty Street was not a regular traveling destination, except for one reason that hadn't existed before. We had recently discovered that girls were just not soft boys. This boy-girl thing played a major role in discovering other areas to seek out new friends, and that showing off just wasn't the same unless there was someone of the opposite sex around to impress.
Growing up on the hill in the 20s and 30s might have meant you saw airplanes landing in the Blackberries, located where Shriners Hospital stands today. If you owned a flexible flyer, you were king of the hill. Did you have Mr. Keene, the shoemaker, sharpen your skates? Do you remember a sky so clear you could sometimes see the northern lights? How about having chalk and a slate at home so you could practice your sums? Do you remember the rickety suspension footbridge that crossed the east end of Van Horn's Frog Pond? How about sitting in the grandstand at the park while enjoying some Necco wafers you just bought from Stella at her little candy store under the grandstand?
Simple joys of childhood's past, climbing trees, making forts, backyard shows, and running occasionally successful lemonade stands, playing cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians. How about wearing Mary Jane shoes, PF flyers, or wax lips? Yuck.
Unless you lived on Phoenix Street, not Terrace, you probably never knew there was an alley behind the even side of the street. My grandparents referred to it as the Bohoreen, which I think the Gaelic word meaning lane. The Bohoreen was the primary route to my grandparents' house, and the big puddle that formed after a heavy rain served as our local wading pool.
In today's society, we often hear a lot of the call for caring adults. Our society is in a situation where there aren't a lot of caring adults in the lives of some kids, But that wasn't a problem we faced on the Hill growing up. There were so many caring adults, and many of them, the tight-knit families and the family life that was so present on the Hill for so many years produced an awful lot of caring adults. And many of them became caring adults through their involvement in athletics as coaches. And I'm going to list an awful lot of coaches here. We won't be able to catch all the coaches that played a prominent role in kids' lives over time, but we've got a list of some of them. And I think these people who spend so much time with kids and developing their kids' athletic lives and providing role models for the kids deserve a little mention in this situation here today. Here we go. Tom Shea, Jim Gordon, Dan Spellacy, John Ace Manning, John Sweeney, Joe Garib, Bill Sears, Owen Hess, George Gilhooly, Ed Fallon, Lefty Keogh, Fred Mandrella and his wife Agnes Mandrella, Fred Hamry, Father Jim Scahill, Charlie Allen, Kit Carson, Bob Shea, Chick Kennedy. Those last few were my father and his assistant coaches, but all these people played such a major role in the lives of the kids on the Hill, particularly those playing sports. And congratulations to them and all the people who spent so much time developing the kids.
We moved to Waite Street in the summer of 1938. Under the WPA, my mother, Helen Daly, was put in charge of the lunch program at Armory Street School. This was to give each child a free nutritional meal every weekday, all year long. Unfortunately, the program was discontinued when the war broke out because all government monies went to finance the war effort.
While growing up on Hungry Hill in the 1920s, Bottle Park at the corner of Liberty and Carew Streets was a strategic area for us. A group of us would sit on a bench facing the intersection and attempt to identify the various automobiles that approached. The early shouter was the winner. How many today remember the Maxwell, Moon, Jordan, Pierce Arrow, or Stanley Steamer?
Officer Bill Kelly was a kind, thoughtful, and caring man who for so many years protected us as we crossed the street at the corners of Armory and Carew. He was also a good Hungry Hill neighbor that we all loved dearly.
I remember the large wooden grandstands that once stood in Van Horn Park. The lower level had locker rooms and bathrooms, along with a small store where you could purchase candy and soda. Above it, there were about 20 long rows of wooden seats that were always packed with our neighbors, eager to watch all those great Sunday afternoon baseball games.
Van Horn's playground was the best in the area when I was growing up. They had great slides, swings, and exercise bars. They even had a staff of playground teachers who taught you how to play all sorts of games, arranged different activities, and coached sports, all under the close supervision of Mr. Cunningham. You never knew what might happen there. One day, I witnessed the emergency landing of a small Piper Cub plane, and another day saw the escape of Mr. Kennedy's horse.
Bottle Park has served many functions over the years. I think one of the more unusual was to provide the neighborhood an unofficial gathering place to unite the locals and decide who should be elected to the area's various political positions. Simple games and innocent fun marked my childhood on the hill. Onesies, twosies, threesies, or balls and jacks was to see how many jacks you could pick up before the rubber ball hit the floor. We played hide and seek to the yells of "Alley, alley, and free," or "Last one is it." Snap the whip, leapfrog, or even pushing doll carriages down the street could occupy hours of fun on a warm and lazy summer afternoon.
Growing up on the hill in the 50s was the image of simple, untroubled times. It was a time when the corner of Armory and Crew Streets were intact, with its barbers, tailors, cobblers, markets, and the Van Horn Spa. The church was never locked, and Father Power ruled with divine authority. Everyone seemed to know everyone else. Van Horn Park was a place where you could always find your friends. Houses and streets were in good order. If there was a crime, I never heard about it. We all played every sport, and the Van Horn Parents Association held raffles to make it all possible.
Halloween in the 50s on Hungry Hill was just a great time because Post 430 always held a costume parade that went up Liberty Street, down Carew, and back to the post. One year, my best friend Betsy Malcolm played Betsy Ross in a costume her mom made, and I was a court jester in an outfit my nanny made. It was so exciting because we both won prizes, and it seemed that everyone who attended left with something.
When I was young, growing up on the hill, we rarely went into our friend's house to play. Everyone had a porch, and that would be our congregation point. One of our habits, which would probably seem quite strange today, was to stand outside in front of a friend's house and shout their name until someone answered us. We never knocked or rang the doorbell.
The paddle pool at Van Horn was great for the younger set in the area, but also for the young neighborhood mothers who got together to cool their feet on a hot summer day. It gave them a chance to catch up on the local gossip, who was expecting, who had a new child, and how the children were doing in school. I remember going to opening day, and it was standing room only.
As a longtime resident of Littleton Street from the 30s to the 50s, I can look back with fond memories at those much simpler days. We were poor as church mice, but we didn't know it. In reality, we were rich with friendships, in heritage, and in our common bond of faith and trust. Certainly, they are times to reflect on and to cherish.
Ireland had always been a land of incredible natural beauty. From its rocky seaside cliffs that soar 600 feet or more above the stormy Atlantic Ocean, to its rolling green fields, misted mountains, and the stunning bays from Bantry up north to Clew. But Yeats called it a terrible beauty because Ireland had always been an impoverished land. The people were so poor they could not afford the seemingly basic expense of wheels for their carts. The Irish populace survived on their one main food staple, the potato. The periodic famines had always meant starvation for at least a small percentage of the population, but over the 6 terrible years from 1845 through 1851, over 1 million Irish men, women, and children died from the prolonged effects of the Great Famine. They died in the hovels where they lived, in the workhouses, and in the fever hospitals. Death came in a variety of forms: starvation, dysentery, typhus and fever, and hypothermia. Since it had become more financially feasible to remove Irish tenants from the land, landlords soon turned to eviction, or extermination as it was known to the Irish. It soon became apparent that the best hope for a real future was to leave their homeland. Immigrants then sailed from a number of ports, including Dublin, Queenstown, and Sligo. During the middle part of the 19th century, immigrants would have to travel by sailing vessel to the United States, an extremely dangerous and frequently deadly voyage that could take up to 3 months. The conditions on these ships was typically appalling. Shortages of both food and water along with any form of medical care, was commonplace. Diseases such as dysentery claimed many of the young, while typhus or ship's fever was the most common cause of death among adults. The original destination for most of these ships was either Boston or New York, but Boston had very strict rules about the disembarking of passengers with any type of medical condition, especially typhus. These problem ships were frequently turned away and sent north to quarantined islands near Quebec City. Once in Quebec, the fortunate ones who actually survived these torturous journeys will then have to travel south, usually on foot, to enter the United States. The Irish had been arriving in small numbers throughout New England since the 17th century, most often emigrating to the New World as indentured servants. Their numbers started to increase during the first half of the 19th century because Irish labor was needed to do the backbreaking manual labor required in the construction of the Western and Connecticut River Railroads, along with the grueling and dangerous task of constructing the Holyoke Dam. The building of the canal systems of Holyoke, Chicopee, and Ludlow, along with their accompanying factories and mills, assured the unskilled Irish labor force springing up along the lower Connecticut River Valley the relative stability of the low-paying jobs that the Yankees simply didn't want. As Springfield entered the second half of the 19th century, its population was increasing by 5,000 to 10,000 people every 5 years. Many of these were the Irish fleeing the poverty and famines that had swept their homeland since the late 1840s. The city was becoming a magnet for these immigrants because of the tremendous growth in the number of job-producing industries that had opened in the city since the Civil War. The employment being created in Springfield was unlike the mill jobs of Holyoke, Chicopee, and Ludlow. The city's needs were for a more skilled labor force, and that need would have to be met by training local residents, including the Irish, to become those skilled laborers. Initially, they were held back by the local anti-Irish sentiment, which was prominently displayed in the No Irish Need Apply signs. The sheer number of workers needed and the slow but steady acceptance of the Irish into the city's society meant they too would begin to prosper in what was to become known as the City of Homes. By the early part of the 20th century, the almost 400 job-producing businesses in Springfield employed from a few dozen to thousands of individuals. These companies included Phelps Publishing in Milton Bradley, Warwick Cycle Shop in Westinghouse, Smith & Wesson along with Gilbert and Barker, Wasson Manufacturing, Van Norman, the Springfield Armory and Diamond Match, Indian Motorcycle along with Kibbe Candy, and Barney and Barry Skate Company, and Moordrop Forge, just to name a few. Sadly, most of these companies either no longer exist or have since moved out of Springfield. It was the above-average income that these firms generated for the new Irish American citizens that allowed them to leave the poverty of the North End. With the opening of the Liberty Street trolley in 1892, they now had the transportation available to take them up the hill to start their own distinctively Irish neighborhood in what would eventually become known as Hungry Hill. Let's take a few minutes for an interesting look at the Springfield the earliest generations of Irish immigrants would have known well. During the mid to late 19th century, the area between the Boston and Albany Railroad tracks and State Street was not primarily a shopping district like it would become by the time Our Lady of Hope School opened in 1923. There were still a number of private homes along Main Street and a few large churches. The streets off Main, from Lyman and Taylor down to Sanford and State, contained businesses that offered the potential for for good-paying manufacturing job opportunities for the Irish. Early on, they had to contend with the "No Irish Need Apply" signs, but slowly, over a period of many years, they would win acceptance into this close-at-hand job market. The downtown area had copper and brass foundries, cabinetry shops, paper manufacturers, lumber yards, ironworks, furniture manufacturers, harness shops, hardware and tool companies, sewing machine makers, along with many other diverse types of production facilities. The picture we see here is the view the Irish would have had while looking south down Main Street from their homes in the North End. This photo was taken prior to 1890, when the stone arch was constructed over Main Street to protect city residents from the hazards of increased railroad traffic. We can see the trolley tracks, and to the far right, Union Passenger Depot, with the famous Massasoit House Hotel just beyond that. So let's take a trip down the main street of Springfield as it was from the 1860s to just before the turn of the century. This is one of the oldest existing photographs of Springfield. The four-story building on the far left is the Wilkinson and Cummings shop, which supplied saddlery goods to the Union Army during the Civil War. This is the Barnes block, which featured the Rockwood and Carter dry goods store. When finished in 1863, it signaled the beginning of a new look for the downtown Springfield area, a look that, if you take the time, can still be seen along Main Street today. From 1863 on, new buildings were typically made of brick with ornate granite and sandstone facades. They would have flat roofs and were, as a rule, 4 stories high. Here we have the First Baptist Church, which was dedicated in 1847. As Springfield rapidly grew into a commercial and industrial center after the Civil War, it could no longer afford to have churches and homes occupying its main street. So in 1889, the church would be demolished to make way for more modern business blocks. The beautiful building on the right is the Republican Building, built by the Springfield Republican in 1889. The 5-story structure in the center was built for the Third National Bank in 1876, and in 1889 had the upper floors converted into the Evans House Hotel. The price for a night's stay was $1.50 to $2. In the mid-1880s, the area of Main Street around Court Square has not yet been updated to the newer flat-roofed, ornate facade buildings that started with the Barnes Block of 1863. These buildings are still standing, but on borrowed time. The next 2 photographs show some of the last small wood frame structures to line Main Street. They would soon be demolished. Notice the left side of this photo, where we can still see some residential homes occupying downtown Springfield. This very old structure was built about 1800 for Springfield's premier merchant, the Dwight family. The building to the right had once been used as the town's post office. The Court Square of today has hardly changed since this photo was taken about 1890. Of course, the style of dress back then was a little more formal. Here we have the typical style of commercial block from the 1830s. This building was the site of the old corner bookstore of Charles and George Merriam, and the original home of Noah Webster's famous dictionary, which at the time was both printed and sold on the site. The more modern building to the right was constructed in 1854 and housed Pinchin Hall. Springfield Street Railway Company opened in 1869 with horse-drawn trolleys. The fare at the time was 6 cents. The lines became electrified in 1890, and the fare dropped to a nickel. Initially, Main Street had just one set of tracks, but as the city businesses grew and downtown prospered, another set of tracks had to be added in 1882. The earliest homes for the Irish living in Springfield were located along the Mill River in the south end and on Emerald Street, which is currently Lyman Street, which was then a swampy lowland near the city center. In the mid-1800s, Emerald Street consisted of a double row of shanties running from Main Street over to Chestnut Street. Each of these homes had one large room and a single loft for sleeping. They were heated by a small fire built in the main room, and by their very nature resulted in many fires. The city map shown here is from 1855. The shanties are gone, and the Irish North End has started to develop along Ferry Street. By 1870, we can see a tremendous expansion in the number of homes located in the 5-block area from Liberty Street, which is now Frank B. Murray Street, up to Greenwood Street. Although the standard of living for the Irish living in this neighborhood was significantly better than it had been in Ireland, it was still a difficult place to live. There were no sidewalks, just dirt paths that yielded ankle-deep mud in the spring. There were no sewers in the area, and the local wells produced drinking water of questionable quality. These two conditions combined to help spread disease. The area streets were lined with saloons and gang-controlled, resulting in numerous street fights and near riots. Finally, toward the end of the 1870s, as the Springfield police force was expanded, Officer Patrick McCallan was assigned to the area and was able to bring relative peace to the neighborhood. The north end of Springfield would remain predominantly Irish well into the early part of the 20th century, with Irish surnames on most of the homes shown here in 1899. This city detail map from 1875 really gives you a great idea of what the Irish North End looked like in the latter part of the 19th century. Passing over the railroad bridge from West Springfield, we can see the expansive properties of the Boston and Albany Railroad, including the roundhouse, repair yards, business offices, and Union Passenger Station. Traveling north of the train station and to the east side of Main Street, we now come to the Irish Quarter. It starts with Liberty Street, then Ferry, Sharon, Congress, Franklin, and finally Greenwood Streets. The inserted series of photographs was taken by the city of Springfield in 1939. It shows the Irish housing in the North End between Ferry and Franklin Streets in the late 1800s. These homes were generally small and overcrowded because it was common to have more than one family sharing the same apartment. They were poorly lit, lacked proper heating, had no running water, and little if any sanitation. But for all they lacked, it was a significant step up from the living conditions many of these poor Irish immigrants had endured in Ireland. These homes, while providing but the barest of necessities, gave many Irish a solid foothold in their newly adopted country in the promise of a real and bright future. The last few decades of the 19th century had seen the Irish community make slow but steady strides in establishing themselves in Springfield society. They were now getting better jobs, establishing their own businesses, and creating jobs for their fellow countrymen. Increasing numbers now meant they would have a say in community affairs. In 1862, John Mulligan had become the first Irish American elected to public office in Springfield, serving 5 terms on the city's Common Council. And in 1899, William P. Hayes became the first Irish American to be elected mayor of this thriving city. In the year 1836, the Reverend Peter Walsh, pastor of the Catholic Church in Hartford, Connecticut, reported to Bishop Benedict Fenwick of Boston that the 179 Catholics in Springfield were being visited on an infrequent basis by the priests from Hartford, and that these masses had to be said in the private homes of parishioners. Unfortunately, for the small but constantly expanding Catholic population of Springfield, the remainder of the 1830s and the 1840s saw no resolution to the lack of a proper house of worship and locally assigned priests. Finally, some help came with the opening of St. Matthew's Church in what was then known as Cabottville, now Chicopee. Dedicated in September of 1843, St. Matthew's provided Springfield Catholics with a local church, although the long 8-mile journey on foot, or with horse and carriage for the lucky few, left much to be desired. Springfield Catholics had unsuccessfully tried to establish a church during the early 1840s, but finally in 1846, the Reverend George T. Reardon of Worcester was appointed as the first pastor to the fledgling Springfield congregation. One of his first assignments was to establish a house of worship. A plot of land was purchased for $1,000 on Union Street in the city's south end. The Catholics then acquired the old home of the First Baptist Society. This structure was located at the corner of Maple and Mulberry Streets, the current location of the Milton Bradley School. The Baptist Society building was then disassembled and moved to its new home at the corner of Willow and Union Streets. Army engineer and recent convert Lieutenant Eliakim Skaman was then put in charge of redesigning the interior of the church to fit the needs of a Catholic parish. St. Benedict's Church was formally dedicated on February 14, 1847, by Bishop Fenwick's successor, Boston Bishop John B. Fitzgerald. The new church had been named in honor of Bishop Fenwick because of his dedication in helping to establish the first Roman Catholic Church in Springfield. The Catholic population of the city expanded rapidly during the 1850s and 1860s, and they soon realized that even with a number of renovations, St. Benedict's was just too small to serve the over 2,000 Irish Catholics living in Springfield in 1855. On January 16, 1860, the Springfield Republican reported that the area Catholics had purchased a sizable lot at Elliott and State Streets and had plans to build the largest and most costly church in the city on that site. This site was just one block up State Street from some of the largest and most beautiful churches in the city, including the State Street Baptist Church, New South Congregational Church, Christ Episcopal Church, and the Church of the Unity. The cornerstone for this new church was laid on September 29, 1860, the feast of St. Michael, and its first Mass was said on Christmas Day, 1861. The Springfield Republican called St. Michael's a superb edifice, which has beauty of proportion and finish, order and harmony of plan, which is excelled by no other church in New England. Reverend Michael P. Gallagher, a native of Ireland who had come to Springfield in 1856, was named the new pastor of St. Michael's. The church had cost approximately $75,000, an incredible sum of money for the time, and was paid off in less than 5 years, allowing the church to be consecrated on September 30th, 1866. In 1870, with now over 8,000 parishioners at St. Michael's Church alone, Springfield became a separate diocese, and St. Michael's was designated its cathedral. In the early part of the 20th century, Springfield was a prosperous, vibrant, self-confident city. This series of photographs show a main street of ornate sandstone and granite facades that could rival any small city in the country. While most cities of comparable size could only support 2 major department stores, Springfield had 3: Steiger's, Forbes & Wallace, and Meekins, Packard, and Wheat. They all did a thriving business because Springfield's more highly skilled labor force earned salaries that were well above the national average. In 1900, the 65,000 residents of the city could enjoy a downtown section that was alive with theaters, offices, up-to-date transportation, hotels, restaurants, banks, retail stores, factories, and numerous seasonal entertainment options. The city had a growing multi-ethnic population of Irish, Polish, French Canadians, Italian, German, African American, Scottish, English, and Chinese, most with their own distinctive neighborhoods. Springfield was a center for major industry and retail trade, and in a prime location to make it a railroad gateway and distribution center for the entire region. During the 1920s, over 100 trains would pass through the city on a daily basis, assuring even more success to the downtown businesses that cater to the traveling public. Springfield's best and most prosperous years were from 1880 to 1924, the year Our Lady of Hope School graduated its first class. From 1924 on, the city would suffer an almost imperceptible decline in manufacturing output, jobs, and all-important self-esteem. As Springfield continued to grow in the early 1900s, so did the Hungry Hill neighborhood and Our Lady of Hope Parish. Father Cruz soon realized that the little brown church on the corner of Grover and Armory Street was becoming far too small to handle the religious needs of the area's Catholics. To prepare for the future, a large piece of property was purchased across the street from the original church. Father Cruz, as always the tireless worker, started to make his plans for financing a magnificent new church that would guarantee the parish's needs for well into the next century. By 1925, enough money had been raised to start construction. The first milestone was marked by an official groundbreaking ceremony that was celebrated by Bishop Thomas O'Leary and Father Cruz, along with hundreds of excited parishioners. In keeping with Father Cruz's idea that Our Lady of Hope should be a children's parish, the children of the parish were right up front as the first shovelfuls of earth were turned over on that rainy day so many years ago. John W. Donahue, the builder of so many of the diocese's religious structures, was chosen as the architect, while D.J. Donahue was selected as the builder. The initial budget for the structure would be $300,000, although the final price tag was never determined. John Donahue was an architect who favored Italian Renaissance and English Gothic styles, and the new Our Lady of Hope Church was to be no different. Modeled after the Santa Maria Novella Church in Florence, Italy, with the addition of a bell tower adapted from Central and Northern Italian styles, the church was to become one of his masterpieces. Work continued through 1925 and 1926, reaching its second milestone on December 18, 1926, when Father Cruz was able to celebrate the first Mass in the downstairs church. This day was also the 40th anniversary of Father Cruz's ordination, and must certainly have been one of the most memorable days of his long life. On October 12, 1927, Bishop O'Leary again returned to the parish to officiate at a celebration. This time it was for the laying of the new church's cornerstone. As work on the building continued at a slow but steady pace, the entire country started to feel the effects of the Great Depression. With their pastor telling them that faith was not enough, we need hope, this is the very heart of the parish, the money to build the church slowly came in and the work progressed, but now at a snail's pace. Local tradesmen who were lucky enough to have jobs would come to the church after work and help in its construction, while those craftsmen without jobs would work during the day, but at much reduced rates. With building continuing through the 1930s, the fine architectural features of the church really began to take shape. The church was 192 feet long, 65 feet wide, with the center line rising almost 6 stories. The exterior featured French gray tapestry brick along with cast stone trimmings and a roof covered in red mottled Florence tile. The stained glass windows, done according to the Renaissance style, would all be gifts of the parishioners and friends of the parish. The campanile was a 25 square foot structure rising 145 feet and topped by a cross with a single bell, which was originally rung by hand but eventually would be electrified. The interior of the church would have a seating capacity of 1,300 people who marveled at the sight of their floodlit baldachin altar, a feature unique to any church in Springfield. The Latin words, painted in gold lettering and a foot high that stretch around the church, are sayings from the works of St. Thomas the theologian and are sentiments relative to the Blessed Mother. Finally, after 13 long years, the dreams of the man who would not even admit to the possibility of defeat, Father Cruz, and his thousands of faithful parishioners were realized. On Christmas Day, 1938, the main part of the new Our Lady of Hope Church was finally opened, and the church that was needed to carry the parish into the next century was now a reality.
Saturday afternoon confession was pretty much a standard for the children of the parish, especially if you were a student at Our Lady of Hope School. For those of us with younger brothers or sisters that we were obliged to oversee at this weekly ritual, it could be an especially trying time. While sitting in the church pews waiting our turn, we were expected to act rather solemn. No talking, no fooling around. My younger brother didn't really believe this pertained to him, or for that matter, anyone around him. Did you ever notice how when you tried to act especially serious, almost anything could get you laughing? My brother really understood this basic concept because he seemed to feel this was his reason for being at confession. Crossing his eyes at you, making stupid faces, talking, whatever it took. Even the fear that Father Power would hear this never put a damper on this torturous weekly ritual.
Most boys accepted the invitation to be trained as altar boys at Our Lady of Hope, even though it meant long hours of rehearsing the Latin responses and the extra work your mother would have laundering your cassock and surplice. The downside was being assigned to serve the 6, 7, or 8 a.m. weekday masses, while the upside was the annual altar boy picnic at Look Park. Sometimes, if you were really lucky, you got to miss class to serve at a morning funeral. I know that sounds really bad, but someone had to do it. When I started out as an altar boy, we had to learn the entire Mass in Latin and served with our backs to the congregation. A few years later, we had to relearn everything in English, and we got to face the people.
When I first came from Ireland in 1951, I was staying with my Uncle Morris, and he told me I should join the Holy Name Society. So we always went to Mass once a month together, a bunch of us, and we used to be up front and say the rosary and receive communion. And then when we went to wakes and funeral for people who was belong to the Holy Name, and we used to say the rosary there too.
Our church donation was 25 cents a week, or $12.50 per year. The parish had the annoying, but probably necessary habit of listing those that didn't contribute.
In the 1950s, confessions were heard every Saturday in the lower church, where there were at least 3, if not 4, priests hearing confessions. There would be at least 3 or 4 rows of kids lined up for each priest, with the exception of Father Power, because his penance could really add up to a huge amount of prayers. I can remember Father Price, a soft-spoken, kind man, being one of my favorites.
Father Heberly was a legendary figure at Our Lady of Hope. His quiet, unassuming manner was always in sharp contrast to the hundreds of ranting and screaming kids racing around him as he crossed the schoolyard. In the midst of such bedlam, he would smile at each of us, a huge, life-affirming smile that challenged the sun in warmth and brightness, a smile which assured us that not all clergy were intimidating figures. We liked Father Heberly, and the greater surprise, he liked us too.
The Holy Name used to put a pancake breakfast on once a month too, and I used to bring my kids over there to have pancakes and stuff like that. And old Denny Roy, he was in charge of us, and the guy at the ABC class, and he's gone now, and when he left, I guess, and passed away, let go of the Holy Name. We used to pay so much a month too for it, to have breakfasts and stuff like that. And it died down after a while.
When I was growing up, we frequently had to walk to the church or the parish hall after dark for novenas or school functions. We would always have a large group to walk home with afterwards, and we would amuse ourselves by singing about beer bottles on the wall, or frogs at the bottom of the sea, or marching ants. How crisp and cold those nights were, and how we loved rotten peanuts and eating them anyway.
I remember the long lines in front of the downstairs confessionals and the scared feeling we all had while watching the lights go from red, meaning occupied, to green, meaning come on in. As an 8-year-old, I don't recall having many sins, so we had to make them up. Then we could realistically admit to lying. I guess at that age, we just missed the bigger point.
After confirmation, the girls of the parish would usually join the Blessed Virgin Sodality, which was presided over by Father Long during my years as a member.
Fourth grade at Our Lady of Hope School saw many of us become altar boys. Father Foley was our mentor, helping us learn our responses in Latin. Father Foley and Father Heberly were warm and congenial men, and it was a pleasure serving Mass with them. We were all in frightened awe of Father Cashman because he could have a temper, while Father Power expected perfection, and his standards were unfortunately beyond our youthful abilities.
Our Father in Gaelic. On I that on now, my fear telling with Dagger Reap and into the Holy and Dog, or Denter and now, or on the who to do in no Makuna Gunta, or argument the Hawk, the Shintis and my relation, a haven, a session of Emma. Man, I would chew the on the cross, or in tune at top of the spanning to the now, the spanning toward the Brunisa. Never you and I have all her day, back in this is with our marsh Emma. And I'm going to have to make to spread now and
When I was a kid in the 30s, our first stop after Sunday Mass was at the large newsstand that was set up outside the church. My father always bought the Springfield Republican, the Boston Advertiser, and the New York Mirror. We always had plenty of comics to read and enjoyed Sundays with our parents.
Confession was a weekly ritual, and that kind of frequency caused us to fabricate our sins. I usually stuck with the venials, for I knew that the admission of too many mortal sins would stretch my credibility. I wasn't old enough or wise enough to be a Class A sinner.
Most of us who grew up on the hill could say we came from sturdy Irish stock. An example of this is my grandmother, Anna Enright. Every morning she would walk to Mass from her home on Armory Street and then back again for the Stations of the Cross in the afternoon. One day, while crossing Crew Street. She was hit by a car. Nothing serious, but the police officer on duty came running over to assist her. She quickly brushed him off, telling him to help her up and across the street. She had the stations to make. The police officer knew better than to argue with her and did as he was told. Then he called my mother.
Father Walsh had a singing group that combined a few good soloists with a so-so chorus. I recall Eddie Sheehan as one of the standouts. One time, the group went to Williams College for a singing engagement, where the girls wore miscellaneous prom gowns and the guys just dressed up as best they could.
The priest I liked the best was Father Heberly. He was a role model who seemed to do everything correctly, which is probably why Father Power put him in charge of the altar boys. I remember he pronounced his Latin flawlessly. Serious when he had to be, we all knew religion was very important to him.
With World War II coming to an end, Our Lady of Hope Parish dedicated a serviceman's honor roll. The memorial was placed on church property at the corner of Armory and Carew Streets. It was 18 feet long by 12 feet high and consisted of a white wall of names, which featured a gold American eagle at the top. The names of the servicemen from the parish were submitted by their families. There were about 1,000 listed, along with 12 gold stars, denoting those who had given their lives for their country.
The new Our Lady of Hope School opened in September of 1964. This new school, envisioned for years by Father Power, was an incredible advancement over the original 41-year-old school. It had twice as many classrooms, so overcrowding was no longer an issue, while the large cafeteria provided hot lunches, so the students no longer had to walk home at noon. The huge gymnasium, with a stage at one end, provided indoor recreation and a modern environment for performing school plays and parish minstrels. The new library gave students easy access to hundreds of books and eventually a modern multimedia area. With this new school came the creation of new memories to be cherished. Who could forget Sister Mary Bernice's rhythm band? This 5-foot-tall, amazing woman managed to control, teach, and actually get music out of 80 kindergarten and first graders, all the while keeping her back turned as she played the piano. If you couldn't manage to perform for various reasons with the bells or the shakers, Sister made sure you were not left out of her band. You just made music with silent shakers. As you improved, you traded out your silent shakers for the real thing. If you really had an ear for music, you might get lucky enough to play the sticks, tambourines, or the drums. The annual performances at Christmas time and St. Patrick's Day were always highlighted by a rousing rendition of McNamara's band. The first janitor at the new school was Mr. Russell. Everyone liked Mr. Russell because he seemed to be on the side of the students and helped them out whenever he could. Sometimes he would even let tardy students into a side door so they could get into a classroom without being caught. One of his duties was to make sure that everyone ate their lunches. He would check out milk cartons to make sure no one had stuffed uneaten portions into their containers. Mrs. Sexton ran the cafeteria, and that kitchen was considered her pride and joy. Students fondly remember her great hot dogs, pizza, goulash, and apple crisp. Sixth graders were assigned to help out in the cafeteria. It was a big deal to be chosen. You got a free lunch and were let out of class early. You could be assigned to a number of different things, including dishwasher or food counter assistant. The plum assignment was a ticket puncher. It was a job for only the most established and trustworthy students. When you were a ticket puncher, you were out in plain view for all to see, and they knew you had arrived. The sixth graders used to wonder why they, and not the older students, were assigned to help Mrs. Sexton. When they became eighth graders, they realized they were too cool to do such things. Other memories from the new school are of Mrs. Stevens, the schoolyard lady, pushing her son John around in a baby stroller while on duty, playing buck-buck until the school principal stopped it because too many students were tearing their clothes. How about playing touch football in the schoolyard and getting touched a bit too hard? Each grade seemed to have its own territory, and lo and behold, a younger student that was caught within the upperclassmen's boundaries. This touches on only a few of the memories from the school from 1964 on. If you take a look back at the time you spent at Our Lady of Hope School, close your eyes and conjure up those youthful images, imagine a smile, and perhaps a tear will cross your face. Our documentary has attempted to present an interesting look at the events leading up to and well into the formation of Our Lady of Hope Parish in the Hungry Hill neighborhood. We hope that you will agree that we have succeeded in this very complex endeavor. Through the use of almost 1,000 video images, hundreds of personal memories, and hours of written history, we have tried to bring the old Hungry Hill back to life. Hopefully, you saw many old neighbors and childhood friends, former classmates and teammates, and those coaches and teachers that were so instrumental to you during those early formative years. The smiles and tears, along with the frequent, "Hey, I remember that" comment, will make the long process of completing this movie well worth it. The hill we knew while growing up is currently only a shadow of its former self, and in the not-too-distant future, the only real reminder of what once was may lie in this video and our humble attempt to recapture the past.
I'm afraid I played with boys because there were 3 boys upstairs. The family upstairs had 3 boys, and there was a Horse family, and next door were 2 houses up was the Goggins. There's Walter Goggin, and farther up I think there were a couple of more, and there were very few girls around. So I had to play with boys. So that's how I learned how to play baseball and a lot of other things.
One of the things I used to do as a kid, especially on Saturdays, was to go to the Liberty Theater on Liberty Street near the top of Cleveland to watch the movies. That was especially before the days of television. There was always a double feature, usually black and white, sometimes color. The movies had the news of the day. They also had previews of coming attractions. And, of course, all the kids can't win on Saturday afternoons for the 13-part serials, such as the Adventures of Zorro and Sergeant Preston of the Yukon and other things like that. It was a good a gimmick to keep the kids coming back every single week. And then I remember one time I was there on another night other than Saturday afternoon, and I was watching the same film or series of films the second or third time, and the manager came over to me and told me that I had to go home because my mother had called and she wanted me to come home. So I left, and when I got home, my mother said, "You didn't call." He just figured out a way to get me out of the theater, I guess.
Agnes Elizabeth for the 3rd and 5th grade. Sister St. Fabian in the 7th grade, who had a hard time because the boys were starting to get rambunctious about the 7th grade, as you know, Mary Ellen. And I remember her chasing a boy around the room one time, and her veil flew off. Oh, we were all fascinated, but she didn't have much on it underneath. It was just another veil, little veil.
One of my memories from early at school in 1st grade, the nun had an interesting disciplinary measure. If you misbehaved in the class, she would had these large toilet paper or paper towel boxes stored in the cloakroom, and she would put you in the box and tell you she was going to ship you to China. You didn't usually get into that kind of trouble again with her.
My name is Sister Kathleen Keating. I'm a sister of St. Joseph. And what I really enjoy remembering and talking about is my father, as he told the stories of the first days of living in the parish. He was lived in the corner of Sullivan and Armory Street. James Keating, his name was, and his father was Patrick. And about the time the parish started, he was an altar boy. So he was right in at the beginning. A little while later, they bought about an acre of land or so up on Nottingham Street. And so they stayed in the parish. And my grandfather bought it, I think, because it reminded him of Ireland, and he wanted a garden, and he wanted chickens, and he really wanted to have kind of a country atmosphere. So, and they stayed. And that's where I entered from, in Our Lady of Hope.
Father Cruz was the pastor. Came over all the time, gave out our report cards, checked up on us every month. Came to visit when he came back from his trips to Florida. He would come to every class, tell us stories about his trip and what he met and who he met.
was just a wonderful neighborhood. Of course, it was Depression. We never knew we were poor. We were very rich in friends and neighbors that were so helpful to each other and kind. The Obergs came to live in my grandfather's house and took care of him. Then both Fitzgerald's family moved in. There were the Farrells and the Sextons and the Winns and the Cormiers, and we all played together wonderfully.
And of course, back then, don't forget, nobody had a car. We didn't have a car. We didn't have television. We didn't have a telephone. I suppose young people today wonder how we lived. We lived very well without them. We walked. We went on the trolley. If we wanted to see somebody, we went to see them. We didn't call them on the phone. We went to see them. My memories of it are just very happy ones. And I think that's because of the kindness of the priests in the parish. That was unheard of course, now, would be heard of now with a pastor and 3 curates, but I can remember them, Father Sexton and Father Long. Father Rita was there for a while. We had a Father Kelly.
There's always, and they were always very interested in the school and the children. And they were friendly, but we always treated them with respect, and the same with the sisters. And I remember my favorite sister was Sister, we call her now Rita Egan, but she was Agnes Veronica. She was just out in the novitiate. She was tall and beautiful and taught 5th grade. And, but there were all the sisters and the priests. It was just in the neighborhood. It took the combination of that, where so much of life was lived either around the church or around the neighborhood. It was just a wonderful time to grow up. And you learned an awful lot, not knowing you were learning. You learned about sensitivity to others and unselfishness and sharing, and especially because we had so little. But whatever we had was always there for each other. And I just loved, I think that growing up in that neighborhood and growing up in Our Lady of Hope was simply a gift for which I will live my life in gratitude.
darkness falls, your heart will be true. You walk a lonely road, oh, how far you are from home. May it be the shadows call, we'll fly away. May it be your journey on to light the day. When night is overcome, you may rise to find the sun.
On the heart of a lady.
at last to a castle fine, down by the river pretty, and there was music and there was wine for the gypsy and his lady. Adi-do, adi-do, da-day, adi-do, adi-day. We sang his sang till the green was rang, and he won the heart of a lady. He is no gypsy, my father, she said. He's lord of these lands all over, and I will stay till my dying day with my whistling gypsy rover. Adi-do, adi-do, da-day, adi-do, adi-day. It's any sign till the greenwood's rang, and he won the heart of a lady.
I wish I was on yonder hill, 'tis there I'd sit and cry my fill, till every tear would turn a mill. I'll sell my rock, I'll sell my reel, I'll sell my only spinning wheel, to buy my love a sword of steel. Shul, shul, shul arun, shul go sakarak, shul go kyun, shul go tarasak se.